And post. You should have the reins now.
It looks like it.
All right.
I've got all the special buttons.
And it looks like the stream is working.
Anything special I need to know about hitting record for the Pwnagotchi talk?
What do you need?
Well, I remember we were asked to record the Pwnagotchi talk specifically.
Okay. Let's see here. You should have the option. Should be a record button at the bottom of your screen.
There is. Is there just anything special? I've never used it in Zoom, so I don't know if there's.
Yeah. I mean, I have a pro account, so it should record to that. Alternatively, everything we stream to YouTube is recorded. So right. I think we're okay. If you feel the need to get more recording, you have that option.
All right. Yeah, no, he asked if we could grab a specific recording for that, and I said we'd try to pull it out of Zoom rather than make him like cut the YouTube up or whatever. So
yeah, so I suppose you could hit the record button and then that would grab the talk directly. Otherwise, we'd have to pull it off of YouTube.
Right. Okay. I'll probably hit record, and then if you can just dump it off to whatever space, or if there's a way I can download it, I'll do that, and
will do.
Throw it in a bucket or something.
Much appreciated, sir.
Oh, no problem. Very much appreciate your help, as always.
Okay. I'm going to duck out here and get ready to head off to class here in about 20 or so minutes. So if you have anything serious, I'll kind of be out of contact because I'll be in the middle of a lecture. So
no problem.
But I'll keep an eye on the stream to see every once in a while when I can to see if everything's going okay.
All right. Well, I'll keep an eye as well, and I'm sure we'll be good.
All right.
Good luck with class.
What's that?
I said good luck with class.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Okay. I'm going to mute the things.
You might want to start up a slide deck or something and kind of share that out so we have something up on the stream maybe.
Yep. That sounds like a good plan because, yeah, I'm not going to just sit here and leave my camera on all.
Yep. All right. Thanks.
Yep. No problem.
Hey, stranger.
Hey, how are you doing?
It's been kind of a crazy week, but what week isn't, I guess, in this job?
That is fairly true. Anything specific or just regular craziness?
No, just regular crazy. Thankfully.
I have to mute the YouTube because it's like,
Yeah, same. I'm going in now. Maddie said that she would watch YouTube for us today.
oh, okay, cool. All right, introduction. Play with my spiffy ring light. Probably the best piece of vendor swag I've gotten.
Oh, yeah, I bet. You use it all the time.
I use it whenever, like, I don't honestly get on camera very often, but when I do, I use it. I don't know if it necessarily helps, but
We do camera pretty much all of the time at my new gig, so
do you
it
really?
is very much part of my life now.
Mm.
It's easier to pick up social cues, so I honestly don't mind it, especially trying to learn new stuff. So
I can see that. I don't know. Part of it is I work from a VDI most of the time, and so the camera.
oh, so you're like nested. Yeah.
I mean, it sort of works, and Citrix supports the idea of piping it through, but it's
Supports.
yeah, exactly. It's pretty chunky. But I don't know. I mean, I have so many reactions to people talking now. I'm actually low-key concerned that I'm not going to remember how to have a meeting where I'm in the same room with other people.
Yeah. It takes a lot more of my brain is focused when I am on a video chat because I feel like I'm trying to pick up more things. There's more data to sift through.
I can see that. I'm just afraid of like giving up too much because I'm sure that some of the eye rolls are almost audible anyway. And I think that doing them on camera would make it really obvious.
Isn't that what glasses are for? It's supposed to shield us.
Yeah, but unfortunately mine have gotten very, very extra to where it's like, hold my head in my hands and bang head on desk and things like that.
Yeah. Zach made a comment in the chat. He says VDI sucks if you don't have the graphics to back it up. I don't think it's just graphics. I think it's also latency. So if you have users not close to the things, a lot of times the hamsters get tired.
Yeah.
And playing with audio through a VDI is awesome.
Yeah, I generally just turn all of it off, but honestly, nobody in my org cares since Sarah left. So, like Sarah cared, and for Sarah, I would fire up the laptop and
yeah,
but nobody else cares. I don't know if you heard, Joel is now taking your spot.
Oh, awesome. Good. That'll be wonderful.
So he moved up to that, and there's an opening on Greg's team.
Awesome. Good for Joel.
Yeah, I like Joel. I hope that it works well for him.
At first she said Joel, and I thought of SecKC Joel, and I was like, wait, what? I'm
Yeah, no, different
confused.
Joel,
And then
sorry.
I remembered. Oh, I need to update my slide. I still have sysaaron on there.
Oh, for doing those?
Undue credit.
Thank you for reminding me by showing up.
Funny how that works. Oh, hey, I got a
I saw Sheba today, and it made me think of you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I guess I should maybe blur my background, huh? I guess I'm not signed. I'm not signed into. Oh, he passed in the background.
Oh, I'm trying to update
I'm
slides.
apparently not signed in right now because I logged in from the teaching laptop earlier. So
I'll do it. I had to like re-sign up for the Zoom meeting because I couldn't find my invite. I think I accidentally used my work email, or I don't know what I did. There's an invite for me out there, but now there's 2.
Yeah, whatever.
Joel just posted one in SecOps. I'm
Yeah,
surprised
I
there's
grabbed
not
that
more
one.
people coming in and crashing in on this thing. This is live on YouTube. This is your chance to be a star.
sysaaron is asking for participation from the audience if you're out there.
I guess. I mean, if you want to. It's not peer pressure, it's just your turn.
Honestly, I'm always low-key surprised every time we don't have more people just crash in. Like, because we don't do anything. I probably shouldn't say this out loud, but it's not like we do anything to keep people from just joining it.
Oh man.
We've
This
had
is
to
how you make interesting meetings.
We've over the years had to increase verification levels for some things.
In the last like 3
There
years,
have been things.
go ahead.
I was just gonna say there have been things.
The last
Oh.
3 years, I think I've only had like 2 or 3 instances of someone coming in and like spamming all of us in the channel. And I'm pretty sure it was our channel, but I'm on so many other security discords. The Bitcoin crap is probably from one of them.
Oh, if we've gotten one of those, I guess I didn't notice. I don't actually keep notifications on for our, it's still too busy. Yeah. Come home, log in to computer. You should
Oh, I
install
saw her walk by.
updates.
I did my
Naturally.
updates early, right when I got home from work, because I didn't want to be stuck in an update loop as we approached 7 o'clock, which would be my luck.
I got home, got me some medicine and logged in. So I'm fresh off the car back from Colombia.
Oh, wow.
Eek.
So you teach in person in Como? How many times a week?
Just once, thankfully. So,
Whew.
But naturally,
Thank you for educating.
that
but it's
was
also for,
quick.
man, it's been one of those semesters, unfortunately, like, and I'm, not, that's not to blame anything, but like, apparently I'm getting old because the travel aspect, I didn't think it would bother me, but holy shit, like, it's not as bad on the times where, like sometimes I'll go, my little brother's going to Mizzou right now and he's got an apartment with a friend and his girlfriend. And sometimes they graciously let me use their couch if I ask. But again, old man, like it winds my back, no likey.
Right.
So a lot of times it's just me driving up in the morning and it's teaching for like 3 hours and 15 minutes. There's a break in the middle, but it's, it's the normal class time that I would teach just jammed into one day. So that's
Super
presented some challenges, but whatever, we're stumbling through it.
I'm now imagining you as Stephen Wright in Half Baked, like as the guy on the couch.
Is that the kindergarten teacher?
No, he was a comedian. He just kind of he was the one that would just lay on their couch. Like he had no name other than guy on the couch.
He was the couch guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he just roll over and dispense wisdom and then roll back over and go to sleep.
Wisdom's slightly generous, I guess. Yeah. I'm bad with actor names, like in general. So
for a long time, Half Baked was the only movie I had on my laptop. So every time I would fly anywhere to see anybody, I would watch Half Baked because it was on my laptop. And so I've seen it like a dozen times.
That's fantastic.
What a random movie.
I mean, that's like a cult classic, I would argue. When I was 19 and living in a party house, we were all working in the service industry. And for a while, it was waiting that was always on. Like when you work overnight shifts, you get off work, you go buy a fifth of alcohol, and then you get drunk at 8 a.m. and people judge you. But whatever, you work night shift. So yeah, we would do that and oftentimes have first waiting, but then grandma's boy. And we actually saw that so many times that there was at one point somehow we had it on DVD because that's how old this was. Someone had turned it on Spanish like audio somehow, but no no one realized or called it out until like halfway into the movie. Someone was like, wait a minute, this isn't in English. And it's, we had all seen it so much that, it's just kind of like, meh, like subconsciously we understood what was happening, like, you never throw a bong, kid. That makes sense in every language, I guess, so.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. I like that you just trusted the visuals so much. You were just like, it's fine. I'm sure of it.
Maybe it was a loud party. That's what I'll tell myself.
There you go.
Oh, I need another Red Bull. I'm not even doing the news, but I feel like I need to keep that level of energy for the panel discussion. Should probably whip out a notepad and structure my thoughts on that too, huh? I was actually caught off guard that this was decided upon. I was like, oh, that makes sense. But I mentioned it as an aside, I was just kind of like, oh, we're going to talk about open source again pretty soon with all this bullshit happening. And yeah.
So here's the funny thing about my brain. You can like hold a billboard in front of me for hours and then hit me in the face with it and then hold it for more hours and I'll have no idea what it says. But if you just like make a side comment, that shit is in my brain for years. I will probably like in a decade be able to say, yeah, you remember that time you said we're going to talk about open source again soon? I don't know why.
So all the dumb ham-ass shit that I say without thinking about it is what you remember.
Absolutely.
All right.
And like the really important things, like the things that you expect people to remember, you like set up for them to remember. Yeah, they never do. I think kids are the same way though. Like it's the random shit that you did on a Tuesday that they had, like you just kind of threw out there that really sticks with them. And then like the big trip that you planned that was going to be a big event for the family. They're like, what? I don't even know. Disney World? What the hell was that? I don't remember.
It's funny. I went to Disney World exactly once as a kid. I felt really lucky to do it. We drove there. I don't remember it particularly because it was Disney World, but because this was the first time I was offered the opportunity to purchase CDs. And I purchased Rage Against the Machine, Battle of Los Angeles, and
I approve of this.
the Beastie Boys, Hello Nasty.
I also approve of that.
I feel like I did a good job because a year prior I bought my first CD. It was with parental supervision, and it was Will Smith's Big Willie Style.
Yep. No, I
Redeemed yourself.
But I also feel like you picked CDs with a very similar visual cover style. Like I can pick both of those CD covers.
Well, there's the graffiti one, and then I guess I don't know what cover you're thinking of. I got the one of the tuna can or the sardine can flying through space.
Yes, but just the very bright colors and everything. And then Battle of Los Angeles.
Battle of Los Angeles was like black and white.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry.
Right. I was about to say it's a dude with his fist spray painted against a wall.
Nope, you're right. I was thinking Evil Empire.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. Okay, that would.
Yep.
I see where you are there, and that's. Yeah.
All right. It is actually 7:00. So I am.
Give me 2 seconds. I'm changing a slide.
Oh, all right. Somebody
Sorry.
tweeted about that, like updating their slides on the way to the conference. Like, are you kidding? I'm like standing up there at the podium doing mine.
It happens.
I think everyone does it.
I
You
guess.
can't trust someone who comes to a talk fully prepared.
Yeah. I don't have permissions.
What?
All right, let me see here.
I'm laughing because this is literally every
We know how to
meeting
do
I
this,
have
right?
with a student. Yeah, because I have them join my personal meeting room, and I'm like, "All right, share your screen," and then they, after they're like, "I can't," and I'm like, "Oh yeah, cool," because I'm a dumbass. That's right.
All right, well, try it now because I am a
Cool.
dumbass.
Can you see that?
That is awesome. Yep.
Awesome. So welcome everybody. It is SecKC Tuesday party people. Not a lot of people on camera so far. Join the Zoom meeting if you've got it. If our Zoom fills up, join us on the YouTubes. So we've been in the make excuses moment of the day. And now we're going to start our meeting. Welcome, everybody. If you've never been to a SecKC, this is the biggest and bestest monthly InfoSec meeting in the world. No discussions. And since we're not in person, I'll just put virtual here until we find a new wonderful home. Does that seem fair?
I agree. And if you know of a good place where maybe we can meet up, you should holla at
Oh, yeah.
your boys and gals, because we would love to know about places that would like to host a bunch of hackers that like to drink and get into shenanigans.
But only authorized shenanigans. We try not to break
Yeah.
rules, not too many of them at least. Yeah, if you guys have suggestions, let us know. We have a Discord channel. SecOps is a channel there. You can post if you've got ideas or contacts at places for us. That would be awesome. Things you should know, SecKC, our meetings are unrated. You've been warned. A lot of vulgarity. Sometimes there's adult topics, but it's always a good time.
What the fuck are you talking about?
The SecKC Code of Conduct is probably harder to identify on our Zoom channel. However, if you're on our Discord, you will see that there are folks tagged with a role of Code of Conduct. If you have any questions or concerns about behavior you have experienced or witnessed at SecKC meetings or on the Discord, let us know. We are happy to make this an inclusive, welcoming environment. I've never personally experienced anything poor like judgment from anyone here. So I can tell you in the last few years I've been going, I've always felt really welcomed. I think the more different kinds of people that join this, the better of a group we can be. Another thing that you should know, and make sure you are abiding by, is destroying no data, maintain no persistence, and above all, do no harm. We're here to have fun. Like sysaaron said, shenanigans are welcome. Also, you should know before you admit or verbally say something or type something in the Discord, we do have law enforcement officers joining us often. It's kind of hard to identify them when we are virtual, but be aware they are there. And yeah, everyone at SecKC is welcome. All humans can be technical. We've all got different experiences. We've all got things that we can share to make, this meeting the best it can be. We also have no STFU all because we're virtually, but if you are talking off mute and you're not contributing to the conversation or the presentation, please ask you to be respectful. These people put a lot of time into the work that they're presenting, and we want to make sure that they do it again. And if you have something important to say, maybe you give a talk next month. Meet someone new. You want to challenge ideas, not people. We're here to discuss and improve our understanding of topics, technically and non-technically, so challenge ideas. SecKC Connect, if you want to connect with us, you can volunteer with us. You can check out our Discord, our Twitter. We've got all sorts of different ways you can chat us. Oh, Twitter and hashtag SecKC. Hey, Johnny. Go buy swag. The swag is normally in the back of the room. I updated the URL here. If you go to sekkc.org/products, there's a ton of cool stuff. I don't know if you can see, I've got this really awesome Alice rainbow shirt. I know it's a ton of us have purchased a lot of good swag recently. So if you are in need of a cool new t-shirt, you'll have to check it out. Rickson wanted me to post this. B-Sides Iowa has their call for papers currently open. It is the 23rd of April, so it's not far away, and it's only in Iowa. So you should make the drive up, represent SecKC, and enjoy another B-Sides. I love our B-Sides here.
We should get a caravan together.
Oh yeah, that would be awesome.
A carpool, that's what I mean, but I guess a caravan.
Both. I want a caravan. I want
I'm
there to be
down.
multiple cars of SecKCers going. That would be amazing. So 5 o'clock is make excuses time. This is SecKC 101. It's just to introduce you to our evening. We've got a lot of great topics. Coming up at 7:15, we've got open source and dirty shorts news briefing with Johnny. Thanks for stepping up. We've had some itinerary changes at the last moment. We appreciate your hard work. Thank you so much. And 7:45, we've got Pwnagotchi, Wardriving for 90s kids with Hack the Planet. I'm really interested in this one. I Haven't dabbled in it myself. I've been kind of lurking on that channel, but I definitely had a Pwnagotchi. So I think that'll be really cool. And then at 8:30, we're going to have an open panel. We're going to ask everyone to participate and engage. There's tons of different ways that you can talk to us via the YouTube, Discord, etc. If you've got questions, you want to participate, definitely find a venue that works for you. And that'll be at 8:30. So that's, I think that's my last slide. Yeah, it is. So welcome everybody. We're excited to have you.
Woo.
Woo!
Woohoo! One other thing I'll throw in there real quick. If you haven't seen it yet, SecKC now has a donations page.
That's right,
Contrary
we
to
do.
popular belief, we don't actually support the organization from swag. It's all just cool stuff with fun logos. So if you want to support SecKC in kind of a more material fashion, always hyped for, you know, Discord boosts and things like that. But there's also, if you look in the under the About section on the sekkc.org webpage, you will find a donation link. So if that's a thing that you're into and funds that you have, any help is always appreciated.
Some words on that, just to be completely transparent, is that there was a long period of time where we did not accept donations because our meetings were in person. We were having sponsors come in. They would have, you know, booth presence. Some of you have maybe joined us in the time since we've been forced virtual. But back in the old days, we pretty much every month had a sponsor, and the sponsor payment they were, you know, like if it was you or me, right, for your personal, it was pretty high, right? You know, I don't remember what the exact sponsorship amounts were. It was something to like 750 or something like that. I don't know, 1K or something like
I think it was
that.
1,000.
Okay, yeah. So, you know, we were getting plenty to be able to buy the pizza every month, you know, make sure that we had a minimum bar tab payment and all that jazz. So we had no need to take donations, so we never did it before. Now, I'm not going to say that we have a need to, because, you know, once it's safe to go back live again, we still have the funds to be able to put on some meetings and everything. But admittedly, there was that sweet time, right, where for like 4 months we thought after you got that second jab, it was like, yeah, I can do normal shit, hooray. And then, you know, that dream bubble kind of fucking popped, and so we're back where we were a while back. So, you know, that kind of sucks. And because of, you know, the times that we were in person, that short while, we still had, you know, pretty high standards. We required vaccination. We also still required you to wear masks because, again, you know, it's just being safe and all that. And, you know, that affected attendance as well. That's perfectly fine, all that. But as a result, you know, we weren't meeting like the bar minimums, for example. So we were paying more out of pocket for that and all that. So that's full transparency why we decided to go ahead and start this up. I can't remember how much of a cut this particular place takes, but it was chosen because actually our sister group, SecDSM, the folks who are, you know, putting on B-Sides Iowa, actually, if you're not familiar with them, check them out. Is it secdsm.org as well, I think? I think that's right. They also have a Discord. Their Discord's relatively new, but it's popping as well. So, I mean, I'm over there and I peek in there from time to time. There's another dude that likes Miatas in there. So we get slong pretty well. No, they're real good people out there, and I'm hyped on that B-Sides. But yeah, that's the platform that they use, and we ended up going with that because of their experience with it. They've take the lowest cut and all that jazz, and yeah. So that's just wanted to give some backstory on that. Don't want to. We didn't make that decision lightly, shall we say?
Hey, that's not the only donation possible avenue, correct? I believe there is an Amazon purchase through Smile.
Yeah, might as well hype that too.
Yep.
And I guess so. I don't know who has control of the Smile account. I don't actually ever touch funds. Because I'm a miser and I'm a cheapskate. So,
but I've got my Smile set up. You go ahead and get in there. You can set the cause that you want to donate to. So you honestly don't have to donate to SecKC if there's another cause.
Yeah, I was about to say there's an Amazon Smile for like a lot of different organizations out there. Like basically if there's a charity that's out there, they probably have an Amazon Smile page. So yeah, I guess just in general, if you
cash,
yeah, if you don't support SecKC, just if you use Amazon, go use smile.amazon.com just and give someone some free money, right? But yeah, so we are on there if you want to do that as well. We have had that for a hot minute because that's just like, why not? Because a bunch of us order shit off Amazon, so it's like
it's easy.
It's like, if I'm going to use my Amazon credit card for that 5%, baby, I might as well hook up someone with whatever percent. And it's not a huge percent, but it's one of those things where if you got a big enough community, it winds up being like sometimes a couple $100 I think they deposit like quarterly or something like that. But yeah, so just to offer some commentary on there.
That's an excellent reminder. It's always nice to promote and even try to remember how we can share in that promotion.
Help those of us with short-term memory loss. Johnny's supposed to get started at 7:15, right? We haven't gone over his time. Okay,
we haven't.
Cool.
No, 15.
Good. Then that means I've got 3 minutes to sing the praises of Johnny 5. Okay, 2 minutes, I guess.
No,
now I'm a stickler for
Only
time.
3 minutes.
No, it's 2 minutes now. I'm a stickler for time, and if you start this late, your fucking G pass is getting revoked, Johnny. So, but I do want to say, like,
hey, I
he
built
gets
you a
major
tool.
brownie points right now because I'm just shitty at time management lately with some changes in my life. Long story short, couldn't make the slides for the news. I had the links, couldn't make the slides. Johnny stepped in like an awesome baller and was like, I'm gonna do it. We're gonna see what happens. So yeah, at 7:15, I'm actually not going to be the one screaming and yelling. I hope you've had a couple of Red Bulls or something to get yourself. You got the look. I'm gonna say that. I need to cop me some of them glasses, but no, seriously, again, like this, we say this a lot, but this community is what you put into it. If you want to know why I got started doing the news, it's because the person that was doing the news before couldn't do it one week, and I was like, I send links to my students. I could do a news thing, and that's just literally how it started. So it's one of those things where it's like, hey, if you got some time and you want to put in some free time with the community and help out and do cool shit, awesome. Join us in the Discord. Again, SecOps is an open channel. Yeah, if you want to do something, if you want, be the change you want to see. So, but yeah, I'm going to yield the podium to Johnny because he's got to start on time. I'm looking for someone to take the crown. That it's more like a jester hat, honestly. I'm not going to lie, but looking for, yeah.
I actually apparently can't share my screen inevitably right now.
Issue.
No, wait a minute. I thought come on, mad chaos, Ben. Just release sharing to everyone. There's only fucking
more
10
power
people in here.
Upgrade my power.
Try sharing again. You ought to be able to now.
Awesome. All right, let me get this one. Oh, looks like I can do it.
Yep.
Okay, so let's see if I can do this with some modicum of the idea of SecOps, where I'm not like just sharing everything all at once, right? That's the idea. Okay, so screen 2, share. So now you're seeing a really nifty background. Yep.
Oh,
I played that game.
Hell yeah.
All
That's
right.
Dungeons and Dragons.
Maybe Overwatch, but sure. Yeah, sure. Okay, well, that too. It is that too. By the way, props to sysaaron. Putting together a massive list of links is not an easy task, and he did it and provided it. And here we go. So this is the open source intel brief for Oh, I didn't update the date. So initial fail already out of the gate. Okay. Here we go. This is for February of the year 2022. Those years just keep coming, don't they? I am happy they keep coming. If they didn't, I would really get really boring. So what is this stuff? The shit? I can curse on camera, right? Yeah, I'm not going to get kicked off. Okay, so the collection of news stories since our last meeting. This is the things that happened. This is the stuff that you need to hear about. This is the facts presented with images for your benefit. So we are going to do this in Ignite format. We're going to try to get to 40 slides. We're not, because I'm not that cool, and I really couldn't get all 40 of those in the tiny amount of time I had allocated. Please don't hate me. All right, we're going to continue. So 15 seconds per slide. 10 minutes total. We're probably going to get only about 6 out, and maybe if I can make some more whilst the other activities happen, we can have a follow-up, part A, part B. It'll be a new style, but anyway, next time we'll hopefully do it all together. 1 slide per news story, 0 filter, and with that, we move into our next slide. All right, and I'm realizing that part of my thing is, okay, hopefully that wasn't on there for the thing. All right, so you can join us on Discord. You can head over to the News Links channel where these news links will be shared and many more for your use. I will also mention that I made a modification this round. Guess what? In the news HTML file that the badass sysaaron sent me, I added a detail at the top with some JavaScript to make a QR code for every link that you paste into the text entry box for you. You copy paste it into the presentation. Now people can scan on the screen. All right, let's go, right? This is the only one that I think doesn't have it. Sorry about that. But guess what? You know what happened? Yeah, Missouri said, hey, there's a test happening. Someone thought that'd be really funny. And so we all thought the Joker was stealing our kids. This is definitely good for the Missourians, you know, and okay, we're already next. SecKC. So they got pwned, and it isn't showing my notes. This is really not helpful because I'm gonna have to remember this stuff. And I'm not that good. SecKC lost 3 terabytes of employee records. It was a titanic loss. Okay, so next one. So this is Sciable. They found that the ILO, over 20,000 instances of public exposed data with the Central Infrastructure Management, DCIM software that monitors HVAC control systems and other power distribution units, and they could be used with catastrophic effects. Okay, so the UEFI, guess what? That's your castle, right? That's supposed to protect before it boots into the BIOS. Well, guess what? It's vulnerable. In fact, this affects HP, Lenovo, Fujitsu, Microsoft, Intel, Dell, Bull, Atos, Siemens. Oh man, so there's a CV for all of it. Patching started. You better hope that comes in soon. Samba, yeah, you better get those shoes fixed because guess what? There's a really giant CVSS score of 9.9. All versions vulnerable are 4.13.17, and so you better go ahead and get that fixed because the fruit is literally called that is vulnerable. Okay, so NPM is another one. Guess what? So you want a nice little Trojan? Well, how about the 1,300 source packages found in the NPM distribution center that only get fixed after patch, so better go ahead and do your stuff on Monday. All right, so SEO poisoning campaign is underway. The Batloader Astra agent malware is targeting professionals all over the world with tool downloads such as Zoom, TeamViewer, and Visual Studio. The Mandy analysis says that the technique was a campaign against people. All right, so now we see more Bitcoin stuff happening. So this one specifically is a wormhole blockchain bridge exploited for over 300 million dollars. So the preliminary analysis indicates that the attacker exploited, oh man, these are go fast. InfoSec scholarship. This one's actually good. Guess what? The InfoSec, that is a company. That is their name. They're doing a 225K scholarship opportunities for LGBTQI plus communities. Get in there, look for it, scan that thing, get your stuff. All right. So now we have a hacker that decided to take matters into their own hands. The thing at the bottom, don't get mad, don't get mad, hack back. No, yeah, they kind of did the thing you don't do. And so now hopefully they can protect themselves because I doubt the US is. All right, so now we have the UK really saying like, why would you want to encrypt stuff between two ends? Why would you want to protect the person and the data that's transmitting between the things? Well, so why would you campaign against your people protecting themselves? Okay, so but Target is getting attacked by robots, except these robots are actually the ones they made and stubbed Merrymaker. This thing has the ability to go ahead and do all these faked purchases, interactions with their website to basically allow them to, well, protect themselves. And I think the robots are probably hopefully working for them. All right, so now there's also a vulnerability. Microsoft disabled the MS App Installer protocol because the hackers were actually using it. The flaw tracked at CVE. Man, wow, so fast. Okay, so Telegram. If you are tracking yourself in Telegram, turn it the F off, like literal fuck off. Just go ahead and click off in your Telegram, track me, because people nearby, you can use that externally. And guess what? The White House people have that on. Not really smart. Okay, so there is an ability to use an RTL SDR sniffer to go ahead and hear 3G and get all the IMSI data and be able to go ahead and then reverse engineer, more or less find the finders. Yeah, super fun. Okay, so now another detailed problem with MFA. So the problem is that Prupoy noticed that the Modalishka and Murana and NeuroBrowser and Evilgenix are basically hacking the MFA. And if they get your cookie, they have your MFA. All right, so now we actually have an APT36 that's trying to go ahead and hack India. And they are using a Crimson Rat and Oblique Rat malware that they're attacking through USB devices. So just leave those on the floor. All right. So you know what? We're all getting up there, and Swissport got up and then got down because they kind of got ransomwared. So they were able to really quickly recover, as all Swiss stuff does. You know, the cheese is always good. So the Azure was able to block some major DDoS attacks recently, 2.4 terabytes and a record 3.4 terabytes per second, packet rate of 340 million packets per second. I don't even think I just think the fiber starts glowing at that point, you know? So then we now have the PwnKit. That's been a really fun one for our Linux users. Make sure you update your systems. That was a massive, I think it was actually in the 9s CVSS score. I didn't put that in the notes, but do make sure you update your system. All right, so Apple, yeah. So Apple and their development environment was used against them whenever a hacking group basically tried to stop democracy from moving forward in China and Hong Kong specifically. Really bad. And, you know, speaking of China, so those Olympics, that software that every athlete has to install, just kind of, I don't know, it installs apps on the device, gets the WLAN status, real-time location, audio information, device storage access, location access. I mean, we don't need our athletes feeling secure. Another UEFI, that thing earlier I was talking about, the vulnerabilities. Guess what? They already made a thing for it. It's called Moon Bounce. All right, so APT41 is now also known as Winity. Obviously, they're really creative with their name. Yeah, so Kaspersky found that. But okay, so another thing that's going on is a 93 WordPress themes and plugins contain a backdoor allowing hackers to go ahead and use basically over 360,000 active websites to take their data. And unfortunately, that is where I'm going to hit it stop. So, wow. Aaron, that was 7 minutes.
You did fantastic for again, given the fact that, yeah,
Great job.
You fucking smashed it, man. I mean,
you're really kind there, sir. I don't.
Well, and you had like how many hours? Like you
yeah, exactly.
You stepped in at the last minute. Like,
yeah,
you
that's
did
the thing.
This,
it wasn't
man.
even, you didn't even like take this over this morning. This was literally, I got done teaching and like online at what, 12:45, was like, hey guys, sorry, been teaching. Yeah, not gonna get the fucking news done.
You already had all the newsreel though. If I get some chance during a
that's
beautiful,
also not as hard as he makes it sound like, because I'm just a huge dork and I'm on a bunch of mailing lists. So the shit comes to me and I just sift through it and I'm like, oh, that seems interesting. Yep, that seems interesting. And
which image did I make? I had to
that's
install
the
GIMP
easy
to do
part.
it.
Dude, yeah, the QR code edition, man. See, here's the thing. I usually don't provide an HTML list. I normally keep the links in Firefox, but because of all the fucking Azure accounts I got to use lately, I've been trying to daily drive Edge because that profile feature is actually kind of fucking nice for juggling those various accounts.
Yeah.
And either I'm a dumbass or Bookmark Sync doesn't work the way it's fucking supposed to. So long story short, though, I can't like copy a chunk of URLs that I've favorited and get it in raw form. I have to like, what I ended up doing to cheat this was go into each of the weeks that I've uploaded these links to my students and view the HTML, the old Gov Parson trick. Go in there and view the HTML and fucking copy.
Did you hit F12?
Yeah,
do we need to file a grievance report on you?
Maybe.
Oh my god. So the actual format worked out perfectly because I found this example of how to go ahead and add code to an existing web page to basically use the jQuery from Google to make the QR code. So you just select whatever link you got, put it in the thing, hit hit actual tab, and it recreates the image, and then you just copy that into the slide. So I will be moving that index.html or that links.html file forward, and that hopefully
Gross. I have to collect it in HTML now, like permanently. That's not fucking cool, man.
we could have it eaten out of a text file of just return line
We could make
links.
this go as far as you want. We could make it a full-blown app where you just paste your
No,
paste your link into an app and it just spits everything out at the end of the
I don't
month.
want to become a news aggregate.
You know the rules, Jaggle. That's your job now.
Oh shit.
Oh man, great job, Johnny. Thank you so much. The
Yeah, dude,
thread
that was-
in Discord is blowing up. Very excited that you were able to step up today. Thank you so much.
I really appreciate everybody's. Thank you.
So we are a couple of minutes away from Hack the Planet at 7:45. He's going to tell us all about how to make a Pwnagotchi and explain how it works and how you can use it for Wardriving. That's something that SecKC is very interested in. I have a feeling I've seen a lot of people asking about it in various channels all week. Very excited.
Is capturing packets kidnapping?
Only
Well,
if you hold them in duress.
Are you giving them back?
Well, it's take no prisoners.
Please hold all questions till the end.
What about dad jokes? Do you want those now or at the end?
I mean, bring them on.
I think we're a dad joke friendly group here.
Yeah, that's
Okay, so
meetings are
Where did the pirate
underrated,
get
but
his
it
hook?
goes both ways. It goes G all the way to, yeah, at least R.
Where do pirates get their hooks?
We're an inclusive community, and
where?
I want to just say that my first SecKC, I brought my brand newborn son. He was like not even a year, and everybody was like in rapture, like new guy and son, and it was just this like amazing moment. And and then you have more kids, and then they still get involved, and it's just amazing, right? Yeah.
She keeps fading into the background.
You did for good reason. The background is our basement, and it's special. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
It wants to eat me alive. The gravity of responsibility that I've ignored in my basement is it is its own aspiration point. There we go.
It's beautiful, man. It's beautiful.
I think that makes you a real adult. I don't know about you guys, but I think everybody's basement's that way. If you've got a basement.
Great job with Bring Your Son, though. You see, Aaron lays great energy on everyone with the 10-second news. You learn every swear word. If you go out without knowing a single swear word, yeah, he didn't do it right.
I don't know, man. I think we got a new kid on the block. Sorry, Johnny. I hope you're willing to take that mantle because you just proved you could do it. So that's everyone else is always like, oh no, you do it, so no one else can do it. Clearly, I've been telling everyone that says that no one can do it like you. A, that's bullshit. B, Johnny just proved it. So
You did
Oh
great, Johnny.
no.
Man.
Yeah, I was talking about you, Aaron. Yeah, no, Johnny did great. No, I was talking about Aaron. If Aaron forgets a word, he didn't do it right. That's what I mean.
I will do better next time. I'm going to try to use up the full 10-minute block.
Yeah.
I'm seeing how that's basically another 8 to 10 slides, pretty easy. And
let me feed you the links early. We should figure out. So like the cutoff is going to be a little, like, because normally I've been doing this by the seat of my pants. Normally it's just, but so I'll be getting links like Tuesday morning sometimes. Not even gonna lie, but yeah, let me get them to you like the Sunday before SecKC day or something like that.
Oh,
that should
man.
be plenty of links.
yeah, like the Sunday, almost any time that weekend before the SecKC, dude, I can put that stuff over the weekend. I'll have that stuff. Like
You should
fire.
remind me for sure because I will forget. But I'm good for it if you remind me.
So solid for it. I asked you for it. I got handed it like turnkey. Like, hey, what about the? Oh, yeah. I
You
will
chose
start
a
work.
good time because I was waiting for Zoom to finish was at rendering my recording, which turns out takes a long ass time when your recording is like 3 fucking hours.
Wait, Aaron,
Like
do
2
you guys
out
script?
Oh my God.
2:45.
You've got some breaks built into that, right? The students.
Yeah, there's. I mean, it's like a normal
training.
It's like a normal Tuesday, Thursday lecture. They're just smushed into one. So yeah, like there's a 15-minute like go do your thing. You know, they installed a cafe in LaFair,
Ooh.
Engineering Building East, if you're old enough, but LaFair, Thomas Snell and LaFair Hall. They also now call Engineering Building West Naka Hall.
Yes.
So I have to
I tried to
catch
find
myself
that.
because someone paid a lot of money to have that building called that, and you know it's.
I didn't
So-
know that. I don't like that.
Yep, it is now Naka Hall. So I
jeez.
mean that's cool. That's how
Is it a
funded institutions get money. Basically, they're like, hey, please donate to us, and we'll name some shit after you. You know,
Oh,
I think
jeez.
I probably make bench money, right? I'm not sure I even make bench money if I'm being completely honest.
is it
I
a
maybe
hard,
make tree money though.
okay, so sorry, I have to hear this. It's a Naka hall. So it's
Yeah.
like it's a hard Naka hall.
And NAKA, like
It still works. That's oh man.
I think a Japanese surname. Could be wrong about that, but yeah, not Jiggle Billy. we got us an impersonator.
He's got the headband too. I am really jealous
man,
right now.
I
I'm
don't
really
know where my
jealous.
headband is. Yeah.
Wait,
Hey,
Aaron.
he's got the same hoodie too. And the red, and your red
What
shirt.
the hell?
Oh,
Oh,
he went all
geez.
out. Well done, Michael.
Wait, Aaron. With your news, do you just write a script and like for each news and see how far you can get in each
No
one?
shit,
or-
no, man. That's
It's all improv.
Let me. Oh hell no! It's also not all improv. No, no,
Okay,
no.
it's memorization,
So,
sort of. Okay.
no, it's not.
Oh shit!
Memorization. No, this is here. Let me pull the curtain back
Oh, this is
on
mad
what goes into
sorcery.
the news. We're gonna fill in some time here. So, what happens is I subscribe to a number of mailing lists where I get these links. RenISec is probably the biggest contributor of this. Information sharing communities are super awesome. If your industry has one, I highly recommend looking into joining it. I know MSISec is very active. I don't know about other ISACs, but yeah, I hear good things about them. RenISec is awesome if you're in the higher education community. By all means, look into it. Yes, there is a membership fee. Anyway, shit, what was I gonna say with that? Oh yeah, so get the links, right? And I've been doing this for class for a while. So I teach an intro level course at MU, and I like to include current events as just that kind of, I guess weekly now reminder of why it fucking matters to learn what you're learning, right? At the end of the day, you've got time is one of the only things you have, right? So spend it doing something, if not something you truly enjoy, then at least something productive, I guess. And make sure there's a reason that you're learning it, I guess, for one reason or another. There is an active reason why security should be learned. So I've been gathering up these links, and around, if I'm feeling real anxious that month, the Monday night before. But generally it's like Tuesday morning before work, over lunch, and then so I used to drive from Columbia to Kansas City, again, back in the old days when we met in person. And I would usually come up with a number of other people from the division of IT. The university was really cool and let us use a division van because it's essentially like a training opportunity coming out to these events. And so that was super nice. I would generally have someone else drive and my ass would be in the van, fucking hot spotted. And, so the only thing that I really create, I would say, is, I guess, my opinions on some of the things. And then I try and find some sort of meme or, like the breach stuff. I try and put like the company's image and the word breach, not that most of these companies are any that anyone would ever hear of because it's all fucking shell companies and shit like that and all whatnot. But, put that up, like sometimes the name of something will strike me as humorous, and I will, try and source an image based around that, yada yada. But then I'll just like, so for the breaches, for example, the stuff that was breached, copy from the article, paste in the presentation notes, read, what I have pasted from there. So, and that's why I provide the links as well. So you can actually go read the source material, because again, the blubbering that I do, you probably don't learn very much. I actually do fully explain things in the classroom. We don't do the Ignite format in the classroom. So
I can confirm this. I was a student of
hopefully
this.
they get something out of that, but yeah.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, it's I'll check like NetSec as well on Reddit. If you're not familiar with the NetSec subreddit, it's not a bad one to look at. It's not as active as it was back in the day, but it's still a good place to look for blog posts and interesting odds and ends. Yeah,
I noticed a number of links came from Bleeping Computer, which actually I've noticed several peers of mine have. That happens to be where a good number of things become published, or noticed, and I personally believe generated additional news from Bleeping Computer.
I use them as my litmus test for whether or not my ad blocker is working.
And I want to say one other area where this actually kind of got to be like a schooling for me. So Aaron, you got to be a teacher twice, basically. So one thing that I always had trouble with, and certainly in elementary school, and you really do this less as you age through your school things, but you're supposed to put this together collages, and they'll give like all the kids like all the old magazines in the art class, and they're like, go make a collage out of those magazines. And I lack the ability to do that. I can't. I literally physically cannot look through a magazine, cut out things, and make a picture. You'll come back to me 2 hours later and I've read 3 of the magazines. Like that, like I haven't cut a single thing out at all. So this was actually phenomenal. I got to do the collage with memes. I don't know how, but that works. I got it. Job's done. Oh my God. So seriously, thank you.
Awesome.
I got to work as a muscle that I thought that I just literally did not have. And
no, yeah, hopefully you actually do have time to do this in the future, because I mean, I have been looking for someone to take this mantle for a while, because I don't know. I get busy, sure, but I guess at the end of the day, it's because I'm greedy with my free time.
Nah, man, you're teaching, and you do other stuff. So I just work the daytime job, and I got kids and I work from home. I definitely have the space. Like,
I just have kids. I just have a job.
They're both like pretty much 5 or above, and I will say that things do get more difficult, but they are easier things that got difficult ish.
No, that's good.
Less diaper changing.
I was gonna say I'll consider helping Aaron. The fact that I stutter way too much here and there, and also, me, I can become a little too hyper, and I might get into voices on accident. I don't want to be doing the Donald Trump voice or anything like that on accident.
Hey man, I mean, bring it. You never know. I mean, if you're ever feeling it, go for it, man. That's, like I said, that's one of the cool things about SecKC, right? Gave my first talk at SecKC. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing, but I had come out here and I had seen people talk about some of the cool shit that they have done before, and and here's the other thing. I think I say this pretty much every time we talk about speaking and whatnot, but I still fall into this trap. Don't assume that everyone knows the shit that you know how to do. I literally assume that about everything, because my time in this field has been relatively short. I think I'm getting on like 6 years or so. So I guess I'm getting in on the years, sure, but I'm still relatively new. So a lot of but even when I was like 2 years in and given like my first talk, I was like, oh, everyone fucking knows about this. And you know what? Maybe your first talk, a lot of people do know about it, but probably not everyone, right? Think about all the different people that are at these meetings. Again, it's maybe harder to gauge that because there's, again, virtual can't really replicate the mingling that you can do at the bars that we generally host this at, right? But you know, the skill levels of folks here range from complete, you know, noobs, like they're like, whoa, you know, this is really cool to me. I don't know shit about it, but see, Joe Billy says that shit, but he's
That's
done
how I
some
feel.
cool shit. He's given some talks. This imposter syndrome's a bitch, and it never goes
that.
away. Sorry, but yeah, like, don't assume that everyone knows how to do what you do. The shit that Jigobilly's been doing with the badge making stuff, for example, him and all the badge pirates at that. You know, the talk that Network Geek gave last month. I've tried to do getting to Blinky, like, I don't know, 3 times, and I don't know if you're familiar with the draw the rest of the fucking owl meme, but where, you know, it's like, hold on.
Are you talking about his physically pwnable devices where it sets off the rest of the physical armament? What was it, like half a year ago? I got to see that little what was it supposed to be a model of? It made like steam or whatever whenever you set it off. I'm trying to remember.
Oh, the battery venting thing.
Yes,
The battery venting.
I think that's right. I thought it was
the CTF that
yes,
Lena brought.
the CTF. Yes, I
Yeah.
am.
Lena and Cisco sponsored it. That was like the
Oh yeah. That was like the IoT hacking
IoT
CTF, right?
yeah,
With where Rickson, made the oil rig go. That was super dope, right? Man, remember the good old days and we could meet in person and shit? Wasn't that cool? One of these days we'll surely get back to that.
Oh yeah,
Send
it's a
Uncle
5-minute drive for me. to
Omri.
Kanza.
What is it? And I guess that's one thing we might talk to Kanza again. For those of you that don't know, we used to meet at a place called Kanza Hall that used to be like a country bar. Apparently now, so they closed during the pandemic, right? We were like, ah, shit, we're gonna have to find a new place to meet. And then they reopened as an esports like venue. Apparently, still haven't been there since, but that's, I guess, what they do now. And you would think that you know, like, oh hey, a monthly, you know, hacker group coming and meeting here, that's probably fucking really good for business. Side note, esports arena in Johnson County. Like, those of you that aren't in the Kansas City metro area, if you don't know, Johnson County's tax bracket is pretty good. So
Oh yeah.
like, I don't know how many kids that are into esports in that area don't already have the ability to get their own rig. But you know, anyway, they said that they wanted like 5K or something crazy like that for each meeting. So that was the first time we talked to him, and then we talked to him again, and, you know, maybe we just talked to someone who had to stick up their ass that day, and they were like, oh yeah, we'll have you back at the same old rate and everything. So yeah, but at that point we were still happy with Record Bar, which is where we were at. But
Well, if it
Doing
had-
concerts.
little history, little lore for you in the interlude, but we're less than a minute away from our good friend Hack the
Oh,
Planet.
yes.
I'm not sure if you're going to use your real name. I guess that's something that some people do and some people don't. So I'm not going to use your real name. It's always fun.
Hack the Planet is his real name.
It is, oh
Pretty sure.
yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it's confirmed.
That hacker, that infamous hacker 4chan. He's going to be on here in a sec. So let's yield the floor to him. You got a minute, son.
It's on his LinkedIn.
Did we give him share permissions in the 20 minutes that we had the opportunity to, or is he gonna have to ask for it?
No, he totally has them, but we will have to stop sharing the agenda for him to take over the share. There we go.
Sorry about that, guys. Gonna share it up now.
So someone referred to him as Hack T Planet. A+.
And for those of you playing along at home, we are recording this section specifically so it can be a classroom artifact for.
Oh yeah,
homework,
that's right. We
so.
talked about that. I don't want to have to make a homework later. This is I'm lifting this. Thanks,
Oh my
Hack.
God. This is beautiful, by the way.
Oh, nice. That is outstanding.
All right,
I'm
so you
10
guys
times
can all
more
see
excited.
that? All right. Well, welcome to Pwnagotchi, Wardriving for 90s Kids. This is a presentation that's been jointly written by me and also our other guy, Rickert. Come on. Now, I bet you guys are wondering, why would I want to get something that looks like a fucking toy named of Pwnagotchi? If you guys are watching, here's what one, come on now. Here's what one looks like. And it's not going to work, of course.
Let us see his face, Zoom.
And it's not going to, of course not. Well, this is an actual tool that you can learn about Wi-Fi networks, four-way handshakes. You can learn about Wi-Fi security. You can use it to learn about AI. You can write your own Python plugins for it. It's not the same Pwnagotchi of 1996, guys. Now, here's what it actually is. It's an A2C based AI powered by BetterCap UI, and it's running on a Raspberry Pi 0W that learns from its surrounding Wi-Fi environments in order to maximize the crackable WPA key material it captures. Instead of other AI Raspberry Pis that are out there that learn to play Super Mario and stuff, this one fine-tunes itself. You don't have to input 1,000 things into it so it can learn and do recursive learning like that. This one learns on the go, and it does it constantly if you enable AI. So what are we all going to talk about? Why do we want one? How do we build it? What are the legal concerns? Because there are definitely some of those. And then what else can you do to make this thing a little bit better? So let's go ahead and enter. This, first off, is a map. This has almost 15,000. This was a couple of weeks ago. Probably now it has passed 15,000 entire Pwnagotchis in the world. Every one of those is a potential friend. Maybe you've been looking for a spare project for a Pi that you have just laying around, like I have 7, 8, 10, whatever. Maybe you just want to learn about how secure your Wi-Fi is. Is your Wi-Fi crackable easily? Do you want to learn about AI? This is a great project for it. Do you want to learn some practical Python? There's almost everything on here is written in Python, except for the config that's in YAML. Maybe you've just heard about me talking about them pretty fucking constantly and just don't shut up about it, and finally you want to hear what it's all about. Well, guess what? Pwnagotchi can help with all of those. Now the fun part. How do we build it? These things can be incredibly simple to build. You can spin one up in 10 minutes if you want to, or you could be like me and take a couple of months getting additional extras onto it. All you need is a 0W, not the 02W. As of right now, the 02W is not supported and it will not run on there. I've tried it, so has most of the community. It's currently being worked on, but as of yesterday, it hasn't been solved yet. You need an 8 GB minimum SD card. I run a 32 gig just because I have extra storage and I tend to go on lots of walks. Better quality is better because you will be power cycling this every now and then, and you don't want those things to crash. I've had it happen. You have to have a data cable, a halfway decent one, make sure it's not just a charging one. That way you can get into it. You need a power source. Personally, I use a Pi Sugar 2 1200 mAh battery. I have external battery packs. I've hooked it into my car before and just let it run for a couple of days. And then if you want to, you can add a whole bunch of extra stuff. I have an RTC in here. I have wireless charging. And then it's simple. Big questions. Legal concerns. Now, there is some debate on whether or not the Pwnagotchi itself is illegal. Now, I know that we have lots of LEO at federal, state, and local levels in here. This is for educational purposes only for networks that you control. I'm not going to say that one again. So let's see what's happening here. The illegal parts of this thing specifically are the DOF attacks that come from the BetterCap UI. Those are very simple to disable. It's literally just a single line of code. You change true to false. That is it. After that, it runs passively. And then for the most part, it is legal. Here's a link right here. I can get you guys that for an fcc.gov actual website. Now, there are no laws that specifically allow or forbid war driving. So the rest of this thing is completely legal. Now, if you get into actually cracking the handshakes, that is when it gets illegal under the CFAA. According to US Code 2701, whoever intentionally exceeds an authorization to access a facility and thereby obtains, alters, or prevents authorized access to a wire or electronic communication while it is in electronic storage, and such systems shall be punished as provided in subsection B of this section. What that means, from my research at least, is even if you get all these handshakes, which is legal, if you use a tool like John or anything else that's available for free online, like wpasec.stanev, that is where it crosses the line into illegality. That's the line that you guys do not want to cross. Because I have heard stories of these things, and particularly corporate networks who found out, or more high security governmental facilities that have found them doing this. And right now, hacking like this is charged worse than some other pretty serious crimes like rape. That's not what we want to do, guys. What else can we do for upgrades? This is going to be a really short talk. I'm trying to milk this as much as I can here. Now, you can add a dozen new screens. There are, how many new screens are there? Let's see here. Select your display. You can get the WaveShare V2, the V1. You can get a 2.7-inch WaveShare. Officially, the WaveShare 2.13-inch V2 is the only officially supported display, but everything else works. You can also get an InkyFat, Papyrus. You can even get it running on OLEDs. I have a handful of 0.96 SS1306 OLEDs that I am actually going to attach to one of them, just so I can have a little display here on my desk. You can get the DF Robots e-inkcat. I have seen people even take old Kindles and use those as displays. Then after that, you can also Bluetooth tether it straight to your phone and just have a mobile display like that. If you want it to be in stealth mode, you could just run it straight onto your computer and SSH into it, and you can have a display right there. You can have RTCs. You can have something like the Pi Sugar 2 that includes an RTC into it, or you can just get very cheap RTC modules that are $1 or $2 each and add those into there. They will last forever, almost forever. And then when you get all the handshakes off of here, you can actually map out when you got them. You can also add GPS into here. So if you wanted to add them to wiggle.net or PwnGrid, you can actually see where everything is. Then after that, you can add a UPS onto it, like this Pi Sugar. You can add wireless charging, which I have done on mine. You can add special plugins onto here. I am currently trying to get a plugin called Home Base working. And once I get that working, as soon as I get home back to my Wi-Fi network, it'll turn off monitor mode. It'll connect and associate to my own network. And then it'll run a backup automatically thanks to a fancy cron job. And then it'll upload everything automatically just for me, so I don't even have to touch it. My goal for this is to go completely wireless on it. I don't want to do a damn thing. Anything else after that, you can add fancy cases. There are some sick cases available on Thingiverse and in the general Pwnagotchi community. If you don't have a 3D printer, there are people here. There are people in the Pwnagotchi community who are happy to print one out for you and design one special. You can do things like take the WaveShare V2 and do what's called the Slimagotchi, where you basically cut off the headers onto it and solder it straight onto the board. Make this thing super thin without my RTC on, without the Pi Sugar on there. This thing is only 3/4 of an inch thick now. I can drop this thing in my pocket and just walk around with it. After that, there are countless different plugins that you can get. You can have a Christmas countdown. You can have it auto tether to your phone if you'd like to. You can have it set up, again, from educational purposes only. You can set it to automatically try to crack all of the hashes that you find and then give you a list of them. I have set up a handful of networks for myself, and in my experience, I can get about 10% or so if I just randomly set passwords and use words and stuff. After that, you can have it set up to automatically post to Telegram or Twitter. And it is incredibly easy to write your own plugins. I am working on one for a high score that will display the best day that you've had and how many networks you've pwned on there. I have had days where I've gotten many hundreds of networks in just a couple of hours of walking around. I have my deauthing disabled. This is completely passive, and I do not try and crack the passwords. That's it from my talk. Unfortunately, this only lasted, holy shit, 15 minutes. I told you guys this wouldn't last long, but there is my name. If you guys have any questions.
Oh, it's there. I can call him Ari now. All right, cool.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're actually one of the few people who I remember your real name more, because I met you originally. I think you introduced me to you as Ari. So
yeah,
there are certain people. Fitness Chicken is always the one that comes to mind, but Jiggle Billy is actually another one. P-Cord, I call him by his real name, but I call Jiggle Billy most of the time. And it sorry, dude, it feels weird not to.
He is a jiggle Billy. That's all I can say.
No, Phenom talk, man.
Does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, questions
from any source, Discord, YouTube?
There was a question in the Discord about what about the 2 doesn't work, the Pi?
There's something with the architecture on there that it's just not capable yet. It can't run on that processor. And Reed, unfortunately, with my Pi Sugar on here, it doesn't fit in the pager anymore. I'm working on that. But I do have a pager from the movie Hackers, Hack the Planet, that I can fit this thing into without this battery on here. I'm still working on trying to modify it to fit better, looking at different battery options. Have I tried installing it inside of another OS, for example, a virtual machine? Yes, you can actually run this thing on anything that runs Linux, period. You can run it on Debian, Arch. You can run it inside a virtual machine. Hell, you can run it through Docker. Any other questions?
I do have a question.
502 is the Pi feature. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you want to read that one first?
Have you tried installing Pwnagotchi inside of another OS?
I think you were just commenting on the Pi 0 to using the Pi 3 chipset. Frogman chimed in on the we're find Raspberry Pi 0W on the black market, son. Chip shortage is a bitch.
Bricker, I have been trying for weeks to get my hands on more 0Ws. I've been trying to get any kind of Pi, period. Good luck.
Well, my friend works at ASML, so I'll see what I can do. So no, the question I have is, so yeah, I do know, it's definitely illegal even just to have passwords, even when we don't crack them. But outside of just doing the captures, I mean not capture, but the having the handshakes, passive mode. What are some things you can actually learn just from those findings without doing anything illegal?
Well, you can learn about, if you actually delve into it, about how it captures all of the 4-way handshakes, how it can run with the PwnKIDs, how you can just do it with just a half handshake even. You can learn about AI and how to train this thing better. You can learn Python scripting. Yeah.
I guess another
Okay.
thing you could do if you happen to live in like a population dense area and your
Mhm.
networking hardware doesn't natively support this, you could gather more information about what channels are in use
Yeah.
in your area. And
Mm.
so, yeah, there's a number of things that you can do for sure.
Oh yeah.
Manual
Our
testing. What is,
Pattison,
what's
our
that?
Pattison, the YouTube channel, wanted to know what's the best way to prevent being pwned in your testing that you've done so far? What
Strong
seemed fruitful?
passwords. Strong passwords. That's the best thing. There's not much you can do to stop people from capturing the handshakes. That's about it. Just get passwords that aren't on any combo lists, that aren't in any dictionary. Use a password manager.
We
Sorry,
could
sir.
all get drunk and cover my house in tinfoil. I'd be interested.
I'm down.
Would that stop the signal from getting out?
No.
You guys have to stay after and help clean it up, but I'm willing to facilitate this experiment.
Are you paying for all the tinfoil?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm down.
Can't be that expensive, can it?
I'm sure
Okay,
it's not.
somewhat relevant. There was
Yeah.
a few days there where people were buying Faraday cages to put over their Wi-Fi on Amazon and then complaining that their Wi-Fi didn't work anymore.
I remember that. I wonder why.
Oh, with that whole fucking sidewalk share bullshit.
No, this was 6-8 months ago.
Yeah,
Last
something
year
like that.
sometime.
Well, why were they
Yeah.
putting the cages over their shit?
Because they thought that the 5G channels were giving them cancer.
Oh, okay. I made the mistake of thinking there was a real reason. That's
No.
No.
Not a real reason.
You know what happens
Oh,
when you
man.
assume you're wrong.
No.
Ah, you like that? I like that. It's a little mix up because you thought I was gonna say it makes an ass out of you and me. Actually, you might have known what I was gonna say because I use that a lot more than I probably realize.
Any other questions?
Hey, Ari, I have a question. When you feed handshakes to your Pwnagotchi, the Pwnagotchi like is eating them, right? Like that's part of like the fun of the Pwnagotchi. Have you ever starved your Pwnagotchi? And if so, why would you starve an AI robot?
It gets sad. It gets sad faces and it cries and it says, "I'm very sad and very lonely." And it sounds horrible. Yeah,
I think that's so
I-
sad.
I know. If it's not on, I usually have it just turned on just to passively capture so it stays happy.
Funny how
That's
we
awesome.
personify some of our tools and systems.
That's the exact reason
I
that
mean,
he gave it a
that's-
face.
I mean, yeah, I was about to say that's sort
Yeah.
of the point of a Tamagotchi or a digital.
Yep.
What a time in life where that was, like a thing.
Normal?
I still
Yeah.
have one.
I mean, yeah,
Same.
but like always said when it was normal,
Wait, so Ari, did you
when it was, I
nickname
guess,
yours?
common, when it was common.
What was that?
Oh, I was just asking, did you give a name to your Pwnagotchi?
Mine is Gibson.
Mel Gibson?
Gotta hack the Gibson, man.
Oh, hack it.
okay.
Yep.
Hack the Gibson.
It's on
Yep.
on brand.
Yep. I thought about Dade or Zero Cool,
Oh,
but I had
okay,
to go.
okay.
Had to go Gibson.
Hackers reference. Okay, I don't remember Gibson.
Yeah, man.
Fair
Yeah.
Didn't you
guess.
just
fair
watch them?
guess.
Gibson was the computer, not a person.
Oh, okay.
It was the
You know,
mainframe.
Ari showed me the movie. I watched it like a week ago, and I actually really liked it. But I only saw it once, and I just love when he skateboarded to grab that hard drive. So
It's certainly
Oh.
a film.
Gregor.
How old are you kids? Jeez. That's
I'm
a
not
great
sure if that's how you pronounce your name. I got a question here. How does it interact with other Pwnagotchis? That's a fun question. It actually uses a parasitic Wi-Fi signal that it sends out, and it detects other Pwnagotchis around. And then after it detects them and makes friends with them, you can actually share the load and have a better idea of what channels to hop onto and which networks are being pwnable. That's a really good question there. And also it shares off your unique user ID, and there's an inbuilt mail system. You can send and receive mails to your friends.
Every software expands to the point where it can send mail.
Yeah.
Pretty sure this project is what inspired the Flipper Zero team as well. For those who might
I
not
completely
know,
forgot to
that's
talk about
another.
that.
That was a Kickstarter.
Has anybody gotten one of those yet?
Yeah, has anyone gotten theirs yet? I haven't even
They
gotten the
just
tracking
started shipping
numbers.
out.
So
I know. I'm gonna be pissed if someone gets theirs before me.
a number of us saw this Kickstarter launch, like what was it, like a year and a half ago or something
2
like
years.
that.
2 years, right after DEF CON 28.
Yeah, that sounds about right. So yeah, like 2 years ago, and it's in typical Kickstarter fashion, it's one of those things where like, oh yeah, that looks cool. We'll see it. It very massively blew out their target numbers. So I mean, to be fair, they've had to deal with economies of scale during the chip shortage, no less. So I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh wow, I can't believe I still haven't gotten my shit. But they recently stated, they were like, hey, good news, we're finally shipping. So yeah, there are a number of us who are too lazy to build our own. And admittedly, the Flipper Zero does tote the ability to do more. So that'll be cool to play with.
It can transmit, like I forget the range, but it can transmit radio.
There's another question in the chat from Can CRX. How long will it run on what size LiPo?
On my 1200 mAh, I get about 4 hours of usage. On my big 10,000 portable battery pack, I can run it for almost 24 hours. If you go to Pwnagotchi.ai, there's actually a list there on how long it can run. I'm trying to find that one right now. Battery. All right, for a 1200 mAh, get about 4.5 hours. For a 20,000, you can get almost 20 hours. For a 25,000, you can get almost 2 days. Yeah. Various, it just depends on the manufacturers.
How many Pwnagotchis do you have, Ari?
Right now, just one. Over the last couple of years, I've probably built at least half a dozen.
Send them to the farm?
Yeah, I find other things to do with them. With the 0W, I get tired. This one, though, I just over 1,000 networks. So this one's going to be staying around for a long time. It is properly backed up constantly. Just did it again today, just so I don't lose all of that progress. It's actually a fun project to do with the kid too, because my son wants to build one. He's learning about four-way handshakes and everything with it.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Great talk. Does anybody else have any questions? Dump them in the chat. Got plenty of time to answer them.
Yeah, guys.
I know we're a bit of a delay on the YouTube, so we might see one pop in.
Right. Yeah, if nothing comes in, we can bump up the panel to 8:15 as well. Or I mean, maybe 8:20. Give people a chance to go pee. I have to go pee.
Yeah.
Yep.
Not really. Oh God. Hey.
Well, what's up? Yeah, we all saw that.
Yeah, no, I need to keep Zek up here anyway. So no, it's when it's full screen. If I close out the whole window. So anyways, not really about the Pwnagotchi. I'm just kind of curious because I know you are like the Raspberry guy in SecKC. It's like, what made you get your first like Raspberry Pi? Was there like a certain project that you saw or?
Oh man, my first Raspberry Pi. This is quite off topic here.
Oh yeah, no, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. What was I doing? I think it was either a Retro Pi or a Pi hole. It was one of those two. Don't even remember what it was for. But since then, I've gotten them for running Home Assistant, still running RetroPie, still running Pi-hole, still running Home Assistant and WireGuard, and I have a new Pico that I'm switching out for one of my Wemos D1 minis for a little display for my tool box, the open organization of lockpicker boxes, for a little display on that.
Actually, that gave me another question. So, like,
Yeah.
this is more relevant to the Pwnagotchi. So, would it be I can't even think of the word. But would it be like a, I guess, make sense type of thing to maybe, sorry, not the word ineffective, but just, I guess, effective. So have you ever thought about like using the Pwnagotchi for more like defending your, like on like a more network defensive side, like your own network, like maybe seeing if people are, trying to get into your network, or is it just, do you just moreover just use it for other networks?
This is more of an offensive listening tool.
Yeah.
Defensive. For stuff like that, though, I do have a couple of little Wemos D1 minis laying around. One of them is a honeypot for my network. One of them is a deauth detector that just lights up a little LED when it happens. It hasn't lit up yet, so other than for myself.
Oh, that's good.
Challenge accepted.
Oh, Jesus Christ. But yeah, I have some stuff like that laying around the house.
Gotcha.
All right, if nobody has any other questions, I'm going to go ahead and stop that.
Sysaaron, what time are we going to start your panel? I see he's maybe stepped away already. I think we may be starting it a couple of minutes early. So
I think
everyone
he
go
said
grab
8:20.
Yep, everyone go grab a beverage, take a bathroom break, grab some snacks. This is going to be a great panel. Thank you so much, Hack the Planet, for your topic today. I really enjoyed learning about it. I didn't know that my 90s love of Tamagotchis would be full circle to the SecKC. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ari.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me, guys.
And Zek needs no break.
I just looked up Tamagotchis on eBay. Some of them are over $200.
I heard you, Jiggle Billy, and I think that's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's insane. I have my wife's old one from the 90s, and they sell brand new ones at Target.
There's one from the 90s, brand new in his package for $480.
Holy shit. I will be right back, guys.
So Jiggle Billy, did you pull the trigger on that?
On what?
The Tamagotchi.
Oh, no, I'm cheap ass. I might buy one of these new. Oh, there's some that are like $7. I could get one of those.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't expect you to be a collector, but you learn something every day.
I mean, this might have opened something up inside of me I didn't know existed.
Oh no.
As if you had enough free time already.
Right.
So it's sort of like a Tamagotchi, but do you remember it was it's a little newer, but it's a toy called Cube World. There's like these cubes where you could put them together with magnets. And if you put them together, each person in the cube will be able to interact with each other. And I think at one point I killed someone on the cube. Killed one of my cube stick figure guys. But have you ever seen that type of toy though?
I don't remember that at all.
Nope.
I don't either.
Oh, okay. Oh, maybe it's like one of those small scam commercial toys that are only heard about for like a year.
Or there's an age gap.
Probably.
Or maybe both.
I'm gonna go with the latter, but if it's the former, just hopefully it wasn't coming from a guy named Hush Puppy.
Oh God.
That sounds terrible.
What, you don't know Hush Puppy?
I mean, I know the food. I don't know the person.
Same.
Okay. Just go look up that name, and pair it with BEC and watch the videos. It's great.
BEC?
Yeah, like business email compromise.
Oh,
that's not how I would have spelled it.
Hush Puppy and Mr. Woodbury, BEC scammers.
Yeah, that's the one. One of the most like at one point in time, the last time I checked, and this is going back months and months and months, he was like over $500 million in net worth, something like that. That was the estimated amount. But there should be a video out there that basically shows the rise and fall of Hush Puppy.
Oh, so he's like the Nigerian prince.
He's one of many. Yeah, they're all sort of like Yahoo Boys-ish folks, right? So yeah, these dudes make serious bank, but they're interconnected with a lot of things, and it's just Anyway, just
Zach,
weird.
people in the Discord, I don't know if you've seen it. Definitely remember Cube World, and have enlightened me to something I had no idea about.
Cube World.
Is that related to Time Cube?
Oh, holy shit! The general chat has been
no.
blazing.
Yeah. Very busy today.
Oh yeah, a little shout out to my I messaged a couple people about this already, but shout out to my very weakly organized desktop that you saw a couple times on accident there.
It happens. It is Patch Tuesday.
It is. There's actually a few patches going on at my work too, so it's timing. I need to patch my organization, and they need to patch that.
Those cubes look awesome. Oh wait, is that where the new character in? Oh wait, no, it's probably not it. Never mind. I was gonna say, is that the new character in Smash Brothers?
Oh, you're talking about Mr. Game & Watch?
Yeah, that's yeah.
No. No, he has a big nose and he makes annoying sounds, but he's OP. These things are, well, I killed one, so they're not OP, so that's for sure.
They look pretty rad. It looks pretty cool.
Yeah, no, you buy them like, I think you buy them individually or as a pack, but yeah, if you magnet them together, yeah, then they can like walk over to each other's cube and all that and just interact.
Holy shit, I just got back and saw Time Cube go by on the chat. Are we talking about the Time Cube guy?
I thought I came back from the bathroom and there was something mentioned with the word cube in it, and I don't know. I thought it was maybe related to time cube, and I guess
World Cube World.
Wow.
I guess I inadvertently introduced some people to time cube.
I'm sorry that I'm a
oops.
child, guys. Okay, I'm sorry I don't know about Time Cube. I know about Cube World. Okay.
Until Birds Aren't Real, Time Cube was my favorite. But Birds Aren't Real is really
Birds
hard
Aren't
to
Real is
handle.
pretty great.
Yeah.
I wasn't. I mean, I thought that was kind of silly until what was the government agency that did that tweet thread? Really, just kind of leaning into the joke, but trying to convince people that birds are in fact real. At that point, I was like, all right, yeah, birds ain't fucking real, man.
Like you're trying too hard to convince me.
Wait, so Time Cube was a website?
Yes.
That's what I'm reading.
It still
Oh,
is.
It still is. Okay, I'm gonna go see that. Is that like that? I mean, that's a real thing. That's obviously a real website. Was it like
Time
the
cube is
famous-
not safe for work. It's not like Goatsy. This is
I
this
will.
is just as crazy, perhaps, but it is
Okay.
tame.
It is tame.
Okay.
Yeah, it is weird in a whole different way.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah,
Well,
I will have to check it out.
It kind of reminds me of that Linux distribution written by that crazy guy. What was
Temple
it?
OS.
Yeah.
So we're building a new cluster over in the research side of things at the system level, and there was a call for we were discussing what OS that we should utilize, and they asked all the sysadmins and everything, and I jokingly I just said Temple OS, and apparently like half the sysadmins hadn't heard of it. If you haven't heard of this, please Google
Google it.
and just buckle up, buckaroo.
It is a wormhole. Like he prepares.
There's a dude that's done shoot.
Oh shit.
It's almost tragic. It's almost sad
Down
and tragic.
down the
Temple
rabbit
OS.
hole, I think. There's a YouTube channel. There is a down the rabbit hole video on Temple OS that is, if you're more inclined to watch a video on something, it's a good overview.
I should watch that. My gathering is that it's a sad, tragic tale of mental health in America.
I was about to say, yeah, it's an unfortunate tale of mental health issues in a public forum.
Mhm.
So, but
yeah,
Somebody who's truly a genius who just lost his mind.
yeah,
I looked it up, and it is like his family is requesting supporters of his to donate to organizations working to ease the pain and suffering caused by mental illness.
Yeah. It's tragic, but it's what he did by himself is phenomenal. It's impressive and it's sad, and like you go down the rabbit hole, like learn about this because it's interesting.
Yeah, this is a new one for me. I'm gonna have to dig into this.
We're not using that on the cluster, by the way. Just to be clear.
But it comes with a flight simulator built in.
Just like Excel 97.
But it has a flight simulator.
Excel 97 had a flight simulator.
Oh, that's right. It's about the same quality.
Well, Aaron, just have your cluster use Suicide Linux. That's the best one. That's one where if you make one mistake of a typo, it wipes your entire drive.
No, that's mean.
What? You said you like the idea of SecKC having that as a drinking game.
Well, that's random chance of a full wipe. That's just good, clean fun. But nobody's perfect. Come on.
Isn't there like didn't someone write like an alias, like a Russian roulette alias on Linux for like anytime you do an RM, it could delete everything or something?
That's a good. I need to do that on a VM. That'd be fun.
That would be hilarious.
I
Just
think
do it every day.
It's an
Only
interrupt
aliased on
that
certain people's accounts.
it's an interrupt or something that winds up. It runs each time you run a command, and it does the dice roll. And if you get the bad roll, it sudo rmrf root file system. But if you're good, if otherwise, it No. It's a self-contained program. That's right. And
Yeah.
you run it, and it's a 1 in 6 chance.
Yeah.
Five times out of 6, it'll echo out click, and then if you get the bad roll, it'll pseudo RM.
I think some crazy people have aliased it to some other commands and stuff, but
sure, like boredom, why not? We used to do, I think I've told some people this, the CS and IT students used to all do their programming homework. You might hear the song of Sheba's in a minute. He's getting riled up, I can tell. We used to have a server that we ran for them to do their homework on, and every April Fool's Day, we would just do something dumb. And my favorite was we aliased cat to dog, and then made it so that if you tried to use cat, you got a system message that said that the cat was sick. Please use dog.
I heard about
it. Was just one of those things where it was just so fucking dumb and simple, but I don't know. I am easily amused. So
I like it.
One year,
stuff like
someone
that?
made ASCII art to have a train go across the street. If you type train, it would just.
That's SL. That's actually a repo. You can switch that to SL if you accidentally type that instead of LS.
You know who doesn't do cool stuff like that? Commercial software developers.
Not always. And a lot of times it's because of contracts and stuff, but you'd be surprised how often it's in there. You just don't know it's there.
Everyone's
I
got to
used to
leave an
work-
Easter egg.
For April Fools, we turned just style sheets, turned all the text on our website upside down. And it was like it was the application website. So
I'll just say there's been more than one application I've worked on that has the Konami code implemented.
nice.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's a good thing to try in CTF sometimes too.
Yep.
I had an April
That's
Fool's
right.
moment. Oh. No,
Go
go
right
ahead.
ahead.
And
I
these
laughed
were-
all day.
These were not like small websites. These were websites that were used by, tens of thousands of people. Very commercial.
So in April Fool's, I did on my parents once before, and it wasn't anything big, but what it did was it did use Python. It would just pull off like a random image from a folder I just put on like their computers and all that, of just like either like red backgrounds or something like that, like dark red, and just put text on top of that picture saying ransomware pay. Like I would just make it look realistic as hell, and of course it was just done just like local stuff. I didn't actually like put any virus. It's just generate a picture of text on there.
I mean, yeah, it's my real Bitcoin address. And I mean, some people paid it, but no big deal.
No, my dad was freaking out. He was actually like I could hear him. He's lazy with the stairs. I could hear him going up with the laptop, and he was just like yell my name. And I explained to him. He's just like, he's interesting. I explained to him it was a prank, and he still thought it was real. I'm like, no, it's a prank. It's like took me a few tries, but yeah, it was a fun reaction though.
That's good.
All right, I'm antsy. I'm gonna start a minute early. I'm also old. This is close to my bedtime. So, what are we doing here exactly? Well, I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm not 100% sure. This is kind of a somewhat last minute choice, but during the news last month, we had a story about the dude who managed the NPM repos, or not the repos, but the packages colors and faker, among other things. I don't know what those packages do.
Oh, I can tell you. Colors.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Color. Well, I know what Colors does. Colors lets you colorize your console logs in Node.js. So, like, if you're console logging or debugging while you're working, you could do like, I forget the actual command, but you do like colors.blue or something, and it makes it bright blue on your console, so you can see it easier.
Wait, so we're using packages to do shit that you can do in VI and have been able to do for fucking ever?
Yeah, dude, we're JavaScript developers.
God damn it. All right. Well, so that's what Colors does. I'm Okay, we're not going to talk about that right now. And do you happen to know what Faker does? I remember looking
don't
to
know
see.
it.
I was
I can
like, is
look.
that a yeah? Out of curiosity, I'm curious. We'll put that out there. But what's important to know about these packages is that they are very, very, very heavily used in the community to the point. I think Colors sees 10 million weekly downloads.
Okay,
All right.
okay, so the README of faker.js reads, "What really happened with Aaron Schwartz?"
Okay, yeah, you can't look at the repo right now because we're gonna talk about that in a minute.
Okay,
But you can't look at the actual repo. You would have to look at someone's overview of like what Faker does.
Okay, I'm getting ahead of you. Sorry.
I guess, and that's something to mention as well. So I guess what originally we had an open source discussion panel for those of you that missed this first discussion when the University of Minnesota had a research team that submitted, I'm going to say, malicious commits to kernel code. They weren't malicious insofar as they actually stole information, but they were bad faith submissions, and they were made as part of a data gathering, a set of data to be gathered about a paper on the security of the Linux kernel. So I think I summarized that accurately. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but the maintainers of the kernel found out about this when the research team released their research paper. Understandably, they were upset because, at that point they learned that their time had been wasted evaluating these superfluous commits. And I agree with that. Last time we had this discussion, there were many valid points brought up about the fact that this technically involved humans, so that an IRB should have been involved. That's probably 100% true as well. In fact, I'm almost sure that is true, because like if it deals with humans in any way, shape, or form, from what I understand, an IRB needs to be involved. So, and apparently they didn't do that. So the way that they went about it probably wasn't right, and the ethics of it were definitely questionable. But I maintain that what we found out, I guess, about these things is that maybe we trust the volunteers. And that's the thing. I'm not sitting here saying, "Oh, I can't believe they let us down," because these are people that do this in their free time because of their passion for computing to be accessible to all. Right. And that's another reason why it's kind of not cool to waste their time. But on the flip side, we learn that maybe the checks that go into building the brain of the largest, open source operating system out there aren't as thorough as we thought. So regardless on what side you end on that debate, what you can't deny is that it certainly raised some very interesting questions about the assumptions that we make in both the enterprise and in our personal lives, and that those assumptions were challenged, right? So those are the questions that we explored in that talk that was recorded. By all means, go check that out. And some other interesting stuff has happened since we had that discussion. So Log4j, you might have heard of that. If you're in the industry, you have heard of that. If you're even if you're just like kind of interested and kind of like tentatively, looking at things related to InfoSec, you've probably heard of it. You might not know exactly like what's going on, but Log4j or Log4Shell, those things probably ring a bell. It's been kind of a recent thing. I guess for anyone that isn't familiar, Log4j is another extremely popular open source Java logging tool that is, I believe, maintained by the Apache Foundation. And it's used by a shit ton of projects. It's, again, made available and upkeep by volunteers, but it had a pretty nasty flaw in it that lived in it for, 9 years? Is that right? 6 years? Something like that. It's been in there a while. So all of a sudden,
shell shock time.
Yeah, exactly. All of a sudden, it's like, oh shit, This is a really interesting industry, right? Where you can come to work one day and say, oh boy, I've got my cup of coffee. I'm ready to, sit down and, do what it is I plan to do today. And then at fucking 10 in the morning, you actually know. I was when Log4Shell news started hitting. I was at the fucking dog park. P-Cord was there too. I was like, oh, did you see this Log4j shit? I was like, no. Kind of look over at his laptop. I was like, well, guess I'm not going to be here much longer. So yeah, it's interesting field we're in. But anyway, that was a big deal because a lot of applications, not just, ones that are like homebrew developed, but pretty much every, many of the Fortune 500 companies that produce
Enterprise
software.
level.
Yeah. So like your Cisco's, your fucking Sonic Wall, I forget who makes
Oracle.
those. Oracle, your
I mean,
freaking
even
everything.
Microsoft.
Oh yeah,
Even
IBM.
Microsoft had issues, like everyone did.
So
Apple.
that's if it's a Java application, it probably used Log4j is the thing. All right. It's to give you an idea of the scope of that. So that happened. That was a thing. Again, that's not necessary. I feel like that's less egregious than the Linux kernel. I don't know, which it shouldn't be, because at the end of the day, it's both, groups of volunteers, right? I think that you should expect nothing of volunteers. But, it's at the end of the day, while we expect nothing of them, we use them to, help keep all of our critical infrastructure running. So, can't have cake, eat too. Colors and Faker was a thing. So that we started talking about that. These are popular NPM packages. And recently that author decided that he was kind of pissed that this stuff that he had been producing was, as I've explained it a couple of times, imagine that you are a developer, you hate big business and industry and capitalism, and you're like, I'm going to make free open source code, and, anyone can fucking use it, and it's going to be awesome, and, damn the man and all that, right? And you make this stuff, and you pull your head out of the weeds, like 10 years later, and, well, fuck, who's using all your code but the man that you sought to not be under the thumb of in the first place? So I understand where this person's sentiment comes from. All right. Again, as we talked about a little bit, I think last month, the way that they went about this, not appropriate, right? I think we all agreed that should have changed the licensing on it, and that's the way to, I guess, peacefully protest, if you will. But this individual decided to commit code to this project that, when you ran it, would print liberty, the word liberty 5 times, and then a bunch of non-ASCII characters to the console. So this, in and of itself, I maintain, is not malicious. However, again, let me remind you that Colors is downloaded 10 million times per week.
Well,
Okay.
so wait, it says Liberty 5 times every time that it's called.
I think it's just the first time that it says
like when
Liberty,
it's
but then it continues to
instantiated?
spew. But it continues to spew the non-ASCII
Well,
text.
so I mean, like if you're capturing logs, that could have
So that's what I'm saying. It's not inherently malicious. That's what I'm getting at, though. So consider the footprint of everything that this runs on. Everything from enterprise servers with, fuck you amounts of compute, network, and storage, to things running on a Raspberry Pi that have fuck me amounts of compute, network, and storage. So it did wind up knocking over some applications on some systems, depending on how those systems were configured. Right. I'm not going to sit here and say that these commits were harmless. I will even concede malicious, but I guess big star next to the word malicious. All right. Because it depends on the system involved. And honestly, if your log rotation policies weren't shit, it wouldn't have been that big of a deal. So now, regardless of whether you agree or disagree with how that author went about protesting this, that's also why when Jiggle went to look up the README for Faker, that the README lists as a, so this is, again, arguably like a mental health thing, because again, this person has since apologized, actually, and be like, you know what, I was a dick. That was wrong. Still hasn't gotten their account back actually, and that's what I want to get into here is this interesting questions that this raised as a result of him doing this. So these were npm packages, and npm pretty understandably and appropriately locked his account, his ability to submit more packages, rolled back the versions of those packages. And again, I'm not an npm user, so I don't know the exact technical terms to use for this, but essentially made it so that users, when they initiated a package update, would roll back to the not booby trapped, for lack of a better word, version.
To get into the weeds, you can pin a version with npm.
Okay. So the maintainers of npm worked to stop him from doing any more damage and created a way for end users to be able to roll back. So that makes sense to me. What came next, I think, is very interesting and still actually boils my blood just getting ready to talk about it. So this developer also had these repos on GitHub. Okay. Now, this developer has made hundreds of different libraries, different packages. These were the two most popular, and so he booby-trapped those again. That's how you get your political statement out there, right? You know, so didn't booby-trap all of them. GitHub locked his entire account and is still not granted him access back. Now, why does that boil my blood? Because this is open source code. Okay, this is code that this individual wrote. Everyone is free to use it in the way that they want to. But I guess a lot of people were just, branch and master or something like that. Now, go ahead.
Is it possible he got it back? Because it looks like he has several contributions.
Oh, does he have it back now?
February 3rd, he has a contribution. Is it Marak?
Okay.
Marak?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got several contributions. February 3rd, February 1st.
Okay, so he got it back probably early February then. I guess as of the beginning of the month, he had not gotten it back yet. So this isn't something I've been like following super closely, but excellent, but good call. Thank you. Yeah. So he's gotten it back now. That's good. But now I would understand if GitHub locked his access to those two projects. That still gets me riled up because, again, this individual wrote that code. This individual changed that code.
Yeah, it's his intellectual property, period.
The question that this ends up bringing up is, at what point is the code that you write, if your code becomes popular enough, at what point is that code no longer yours?
Doesn't it depend on the version and what license is attached to that version?
Maybe.
I don't know.
I'm a legal dipshit, man.
Yeah, me too.
So that's a solid question. Jurist, lawyer, man, where are you? we have one lawyer-ish.
Maybe if you say his name 3 times, he'll show up.
Yeah. Maybe he'll chime in the Discord later if he watches this, though. But yeah, no, that would be an interesting question. Is there a way to tackle that at the license level? But
I feel like every version should be considered independently. As a developer, that's how I feel. Like as a developer and a consumer of software, if I would even a version that's free, that version is free, but the next version with new features might not be free.
I mean, I would even go so far as to say that you lock those two individual projects and then, GitHub is owned by Microsoft at this point. You've got a dude whose software is being downloaded by 10 million motherfuckers a week. You can put some support rep to figure out this person's information and try and get in touch. Be like, hey, bro, you okay? Like a courtesy check.
Wasn't that the whole point of people moving away from GitHub because it was eaten up by a giant corporation?
More or less.
That's part of what some people have wanted to do. I mean, yeah, it's part of a giant corporation. personally, like I haven't jumped ship from LastPass since they got bought by LogMeIn. Just because you're owned by a piece of shit doesn't necessarily mean that you become a piece of shit. Like, isn't everything basically owned by Viacom, Nestle, and fucking maybe 3 or 4 other companies anyway? So
I think Philip Morris is in there somewhere, but yeah.
yeah, right. No, that's a good point. I mean,
I'd also argue Microsoft has gotten a lot better socially than a lot of other giant megacorps.
It is a weird point in time where Facebook and Google are now seen as more evil than Microsoft, isn't it? Huh? That realization has just dawned on me. Jiggle Billy works for Microsoft, so I'm going to call out his bias, but I am unbiased. I just deal with the workstations. So no, that's a really interesting point.
Full disclosure, Microsoft is a material supporter of Jiggle Billy.
I mean, maybe, but not. I was under that impression before a few months ago.
But
shit,
the licensing question. He released under an MIT license, which is like a paragraph long. It's super straightforward and simple.
And that's free as in beer.
That's free as in everything. I mean, that is just that is take this and do whatever you want. So anybody who wanted to could fork it at any time,
and make money off of it with an MIT license.
Absolutely, that was the decision he made with those early versions. That's what he signed up for.
That's the equivalent of like, so if when Dade Murphy got arrested, they'd be like, someone's messing with the computers, fucking pack them up, boys. Nope, no more computers because you can do bad shit with them. All right, nope, can't have nice things here. But no, that really does rile me up because it's like I get it. And it really boils my blood that they locked this whole damn account. All right, talk about heavy-handed, right? Granted, maybe you could say something about potentially stopping any other fallout.
To be fair, as a developer, if you were in a place where your app was automatically updating your dependencies, you've already messed up.
That's what I said. If you got prod systems running on auto update, then you got what this is like getting pissed off at people who keep their backups connected to the physical system. So when the ransomware hits it, they're like, but how did this happen?
I've been bitten by this in production more than once, where I've had the little caret in package.json, you can put a little caret next to the version number. And that means anytime that you run a build, it will try to update that dependency. And that a lot of when you do a dependency install with JavaScript, a lot of those just automatically throw the caret on there. So until you've been bitten by it a few times, you don't know.
That is a terrible idea.
Well, and okay, so on the one hand, you also shouldn't necessarily have to plan for this in your threat profile, but I guess that's to say it'd be great if attackers didn't attack, right?
Well, but to be fair though, that's not
100%.
just a threat profile. That's protecting your build process, because you don't know what any of these people are putting in. Period. Like it could just
come from all over the place, and they're not all hackers trying to get into your stuff.
About to say, this was someone making a political statement essentially,
which is also a threat. And this absolutely should be part of your threat profile. 100%. Somebody does a bad update to something you rely on should be in your threat profile.
I guess what I'm saying is beyond that, like just a bad developer committing bugs on something that you're dependent on is asking for trouble.
Right. No, that's what I mean. I consider that in the category of threat.
Oh, gotcha. Fair enough. Yeah.
I should also say, by the way, I think I forgot to. I started getting into things too quickly. If anyone at all has comments on this panel is intended to be hey, do you have an opinion on this? Do you want to talk about this? Because I'm delivering hot takes up here, friends. This is my opinion. Some people agree with me. I'm giving these opinions because I'm interested in those being challenged. All right. Again, one of our big ideals here is challenge ideas, not people. And I don't want to sit here and talk about all this shit like I'm the be all end all, right? Because I am not. I am delivering my understanding of it, and just kind of exploring that topic with everyone, because I am genuinely intrigued by the sorts of assumptions that have been challenged as a result of these things that have happened in pretty rapid succession at this point. I'm also totally not monitoring the Discord, so if people are asking questions, by all means, stop my ass.
Sysaaron, we did have a question on the YouTube side. Does every Linux flavor have a kernel that is not secure, from Ethan Sindor?
That is not secure is
Ooh, that's broad.
a very broad, is the kernel that I referred to in the beginning that the Minnesota maintainers submitted to is used by almost all distributions, I would say.
Yep.
Is that pretty accurate? Again,
Oh yeah, no, it was core kernel stuff that they had committed.
that's what I thought. So there's, for those of you that don't run Linux, don't know much about it, there's dozens of distros out there, and they do deviate in some ways from one another, but to my knowledge, they all use the same core kernel components. So that might not be true in some cases, but so yes, and that's what the Minnesota researchers were committing to. So I don't know if I would go so far as to say insecure. I think these things bring up the fact that, in my opinion, perhaps they are not as secure as we assume. So one of the big benefits of open source that is often touted is that the code touted. Thank you. I do that a lot. Dude, correct me anytime I do that. I pronounce the word awry, Ari, for like fucking Hack the Planet's name, basically, for until I was 21, because I had only read the word.
Right.
So.
Yeah. No, I run into the same problem. I'll tell you my story about epitome one of these days.
Hell yeah. All right. One of the things that's often hailed as awesome in open source land is that you can audit that code, right? And that is 100% true. But I think with that claim is often implicitly attached an assumption that code has, in fact, been audited. And that is not always the case. When it is the case, perhaps not to the extent that one would expect it to, especially in the case of the Linux kernel. Again, you get into sort of a discussion about how much can you expect from a group of volunteers sort of thing there. Should industries be paying money, to, encourage the sort of maintenance? That's arguably why Red Hat exists, right? And why things are a derivative of that.
So yeah, several so on that point though, it's not all just a bunch of volunteers. I mean, there are a lot of companies, the Red Hat among them, the NSA. Google,
but who's reviewing the commits?
But who are contributing code? It's not just like, Steve in his basement is the only person writing anything for it. It's not really fair to present it like, in my opinion, it's not fair to present it like, well, it's just all a bunch of volunteers who are completely uncompensated. It's not really the case. But it's clear, you make a good point that it is no longer, we can't just sit there and say, well, it's perfect because everybody can audit it. But I think we knew that. But I still think it's
better than the alternative of having a black box.
Exactly.
Right. Go right ahead.
The only thing you can say as a positive is it's better than every other development model we've had so far.
Mm-hmm.
I guess, and maybe that's, I guess, the point that I want to get across is and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I am incorrectly perceiving that there is this implicit assumption that open source code is more safe, or I think that is something that I was led to believe in some cases, and in some cases it actually does happen. So
I've definitely heard people say that, like, oh yeah, it gets audited by thousands of people, it's safer. I was like,
I think it is definitely a perception that it's safer, and I will go out here and I'll put the stake down and say I think that it's true that it's safer. I think that commercial code has all of the same risks, and half of the mitigations.
Yeah, I was gonna try and fight that, but then I remembered Windows exists, so
Eternal Blue.
Right.
yeah,
Exactly.
I'm not gonna argue with that in the slightest.
I
So
mean,
yeah, that's
last time we talked about this, and I've been thinking about this probably more than is appropriate.
that's why this panel's happening, everyone.
Yep.
We talked about somebody made the point, and I don't remember now honestly if this was during the panel or in the chat afterwards, but somebody made the point that someone, you know, a China, a Russia, somebody could play the long game, because I had said something along the lines that with the University of Minnesota thing, that they had abused kind of an existing trusted relationship. Like they had said, you know, we've been contributing for years, and so people weren't maybe applying all the same scrutiny that they might otherwise to random person. And somebody made a very valid point that a China, a Russia, anybody who's, you know, interested could play the long game and put a student in place at a university and be able to do things like that. And I think that's a great point. But I've been thinking about that more and more, and I've been realizing, or I came to the realization that they could do that at a Microsoft or an Oracle or a Google or whoever else just as easily.
And they do, by the way.
And I'm
in
sure
case
they
anyone
do.
was curious.
But the other thing that came to me was, honestly, if I was one of the people that worked in one of those places and I wanted to, I don't know, say create an initialization vector of 8 zeros, I could sell that on the 0-day market. And that sounds like a business model all its own. And that strikes me as something that only exists in the commercial software.
I will say you will this day and age.
And I should say closed source. I shouldn't say commercial.
This day and age, most enterprise development shops have code review, so you wouldn't be able to blatantly put those 0 days in. That said, you could probably figure out a way to do it like, oops a daisy, like I didn't know that would happen, and like it could get past code review, but I would say for the last 7 years, at least as a developer, I've had strict code reviews with requirements of at least 2 other developers. I'm not saying every shop has that, but I think most these days, the tools have gotten better to make it easier to do things like that.
So that brings me to the question in the YouTube chat. It says, well, it's not really a question. It's a comment from Clueless Klutz. It says, we're basically running into the situation where the number, size, and scale of open source projects has exceeded the number of people who are willing or able to audit the code. So going back to your comment, Jiggle Billy, it's required where you work, right? So if we're not requiring this as an industry, as a community, what good does it do if we don't have enough people auditing?
And even if it is required, like who's the auditor, and are they tired? Did they just spend 10 hours programming and they see a PR come in, it's 3 lines long. Oh, it doesn't look bad. I'm just gonna hit the okay. Like, I mean, I've done it. I don't know. It's one of those things. I think it's better than nothing, but humans will always have error.
So it's the vote for the robots? Is that what I heard?
Well, I, for one, cannot wait for our robot overlords.
I don't think you have to wait long.
I've been beta testing the Copilot, the GitHub Copilot program.
Oh, did you cop one of those, the open pilots?
It's actually pretty legit. I mean,
oh yeah.
I don't have to look up stupid syntax stuff anymore, even though I've used it for 10 years.
See, so there's lots of benefits to open source, right? Don't want to get the idea across that I'm up here shitting on open source projects or anything like that. I more just think it's interesting to call attention to the number of things that have happened in this land in recent history. NPM in general. There's actually one of the current events links is a story on malicious packages in NPM. And I can't remember the company that did this research, but they kept an eye on the NPM repository over the 2021. Something to the tune of 21,000 packages submitted over that year. On average, 10 per day were malicious.
Wow.
So, and I guess that is a repo where there are no onboarding checks, to throw something in there. So, to the maintainer's credit, this company would detect these packages, they would report them, and they would be removed, usually within like a few hours, which is, again, awesome response time for volunteers. But, understandably, so they mentioned in their report that they would report some things on a Friday and probably wouldn't get handled until Monday, which, I mean, shit, you see that in the enterprise all the time, right? That's not unique to open source in the slightest, but again, that's another area where, if you're using a package manager, you generally just kind of trust it. I don't know what rules pip has on, and that's so Robert, right? Is that, I think, not Jigglebilly, I think is correct. We might just be discussing an impossible problem to solve. But I mean, well, that's, maybe I'm a bit of an optimist, but maybe it's not impossible to solve.
I don't
Right.
think it's impossible. I think it goes back to where you started with what's your pipeline like. Are you just accepting every update that comes out on every package you rely on? Or are you auditing packages and saying, I need this version until I decide there's a new version I need? I mean, there's a lot to be said for doing that. And yes, it's hard, and yes, it takes some time, but it's
also
worthwhile when it
dangerous.
comes to your software quality.
I guess there is a way you can get all. So with Simver, you can do it so you get all patches, but any kind of like major upgrade it skips. So that's a more safe way to do that.
This is also, on that note, I mean, maybe I'm grasping at straws here, but this is probably indicative of, so consider the relative infancy of this industry. And I mean, I don't know, I guess Jiggle might have better numbers here, but software developers, you guys are still in pretty high demand, right? There's still not, clearly we've established in this discussion that there are not enough, right? The ones either developing or, auditing. There's still a huge job gap in this industry, right? And a lot of the folks that we have been, again, consider how new this industry is. There's a lot of, shitty boot camps that people get sent to, these coding boot camps where, you learn to code for, 4 weeks, 5 hours a day, and all of a sudden you're totally prepared to go write some shit that a government is going to use, maybe we're reaping what we're sowing. So I don't know, maybe the moral of this story is we need to slow the fuck down.
I make a suggestion. If you are interested in a scholarship, WizKC just opened their scholarship for this year, $2,500 scholarships. I think there's at least 3 of them. So if you are in the Kansas City area, you identify as a female, go get free scholarship money and train so that we can have more people doing this. Because at the end of the day, that job gap isn't going to just end magically because a lot of us are pissed off or overworked or tired. Because at the end of the day, we would love more people to do more awesome things with us. So go get a scholarship, wizkc.org, I think it is.
Yep, I sit here and talk about these problems. I'm not a fucking developer. I don't have the slightest clue about what the best way to go about fixing this is, because I'm looking at this from, the outside looking in, right? And as has been described by other people here, there's, certain aspects of how the development workflow goes where this is part and parcel with the territory to some extent. So yeah, I guess that's pretty much what we were here to discuss. The interesting things that have happened in open source land, what that means. Does it mean anything? Does anything mean anything?
Thank you, Zool. She put the scholarship in general if anyone's looking for the link.
Baller. General's in Discord. If you don't know that, you should join the Discord if you're not in that. Anyone else got comments, questions, things? I hope we get to be in person again sometime soon.
Yeah, no kidding.
Ethan on
No.
YouTube asked, was the University of Minnesota, was what they did intentional?
Oh yeah, 110%. It's for a research project. That was, and that's, that's, I guess I'm gonna piss Ben off by talking about this again because we disagree on this, which is awesome, right? Again, like hopefully you guys,
No, that's the
what I
point.
mean by attacking the idea, not the person. Like Ben and I are tight as shit. We see this situation differently, but yeah, that's what kind of burns me up about it is that I guess on the one hand, I feel like the kernel devs were justified in their reaction, but it also felt like, it feels like if you report your boss for being not good at their job and like you don't lie about it, right? You're just like stating facts, and then your boss is like, hey, that was mean and fuck you. Like, and then you get kind of punished for it. Like even, I don't know. That's probably a bad way to think about it. Because again, there's like ethics that come with the research world that need to be adhered to so that we don't get in that weird fucking Dr. Mengele, eugenics thing again, right? But by the same token, that does make some very interesting questions hard to research and answer. I don't know. That starts to go down like kind of a weird philosophy, morals, and ethics kind of road. But yeah, what the university did was intentional, and I don't know. Can they commit to the kernel yet? Has anyone kept up with that? Has that beef been settled yet?
I don't think that. I mean, they at the time they made it sound like it was going to be a ban for a while, but I haven't.
Yeah, probably because they made the kernel devs look like shit. I mean, that's again, I'm sitting here slinging shit, talking like an asshole. I certainly wouldn't catch that stuff, but again, so maybe the folks that were going over this are ones that are paid, that's if I was under the misconception that, a vast majority of the people that are upkeeping the kernel are, unpaid volunteers. And if that's not the case, I have even less remorse for the kernel maintainers then,
When it goes back to code reviews, it's you can have 1,000 good code reviews, but all it takes is one bad code review to slip past and put a bug.
That's the thing. It wasn't just one bad code review. It was fucking multiple. That was part of the research. They made many submissions that were accepted.
So that's just lazy developers then.
You mean lazy code checkers?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I was about to say
well, typically they're the same people. I don't know how that project's set up, but
I guess I thought you were referring to the University of Minnesota researchers.
No, the kernel developers are being lazy by just hitting, oh yeah, this is fine, and hitting accept.
I mean,
so how do we demand better? Like as a group or like as an industry, how do we demand better?
You just make everyone, even open source devs, have a SaaS tool. Then it solves everything, right?
That would be super interesting to learn about what their code checking pipeline is, what that auditing pipeline looks like. Because I sit here and talk trash on it, but maybe it's a very impressive stack, and they somehow just kind of found a hole in their checking tools, right? Which again, valid finding, but so that's. How do we fix that? I don't know. Paying people more.
I'll tell you, the bigger the PR, the less it gets viewed. So
sure, it's
like
when I assign term papers, I'm like,
you get.
Write this paper for your final exam, and then I'm like, fuck, I gotta read these to grade them. Like,
so yeah. one thing we do on our team is make the PRs as small as possible so they're easier to review. But I think this is a developer problem. I think this is something that sysadmins are just going to have to, unfortunately, deal with the repercussions of bad developers. Or not just bad developers, but just human mistakes within developing teams.
It's a developer-based problem. It's a problem that's based in the land of development, sure, but I guess that's the thing, is that because of how industry and enterprise relies on developers, it winds up affecting everyone.
So we're blaming Steve Ballmer.
I was actually just pulling that up. I'm over here typing just so I can give the developers
the XKCD. I was thinking of the.
I did a quick Google and it doesn't look like they've got it back. So I think they're still banned.
Oh wow.
So there you go. I also don't know much about the University of Minnesota's history of their commits as well. So again, like the fact that they abuse their trust is yet another just kind of interesting facet to the finding, because yeah, I agree, right? Trust when you break down all the technical controls and everything that revolves around security, most of the time there's a nice bottom layer of trust, right? You have added more or removed some security controls because of the level of trust you have with the other users of that system, right? Yep. So
absolutely,
trust is a non-tangible and generally non-technical thing, but it seriously does underpin a lot of technology, right? Human emotion underpins a lot of technology.
There's actually a scene in the internship where they're trying to find a bug in some code, and like the two non-technical guys are like, yeah, this was written by a person, and I'm like, yeah, they should just go find the person that wrote it and be like, what the hell was wrong with you, man?
So there's been a comment here, all devs must participate in CTFs. I agree. Well, let me rephrase that. I think that all organizations should be engaging in training and awareness, and I think that CTFs are a great training and awareness option for developers. The problem is that despite the fact that this crew tends to be filled with people that are passionate about what they do and think it's really fun and cool, the grim reality is that a lot of the folks that are coding for 8 hours a day as a job don't give a fuck about it, and they're collecting a paycheck.
Yeah.
So you can't, that's hopefully they get something out of it, but shit, if we can figure out a way to make sure someone actually learns the thing that you're teaching them, we're going to be rich. We're going to be rich.
I spend a disturbing amount of time just trying to convince people that doing it in a secure way is actually important.
Yep. It's so, again, I think part of this can be blamed on the relative infancy of the industry, and the fact that it continues to, grow exponentially, right? There's certainly something to be said about the massive set of software suites that exist to do basically everything that we do in our daily life. So it's a problem that is, I guess, maybe important to be aware of and to think about in whatever your role might be in your organization. So again, we certainly aren't coming to any firm conclusions on how to fix that. We're not ending, the developer equivalent of world hunger over here. But I think this was fun to talk about, and hopefully, if these aren't things that you've thought about or heard about, hopefully you've got a couple new cool things to munch on in the old brain up there.
I think there is a call to action at the end of all of this. And Jiggle Billy, if you're going to be on the same topic, I'm kind of tangenting, so I'll let you go first.
I was just saying this was a great chat. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I totally agree. At my organization, we have tried to partner with our developers in a way that allows them to ask vulnerable questions and not feel like an idiot, because I feel like half the time, I mean, this is circling back to the very beginning of this conversation today. Imposter syndrome is a bitch. Like, it's terrible when you don't know the answer, but you don't feel comfortable enough to say, hey, I'm not sure. So I feel like creating environments and spaces like this, or at our work, or with our peers that we hang out outside of work that do similar types of jobs, it is important for us to own up to that imposter syndrome and just make sure that we're allowing ourselves to grow and feel that way. I know that there's always been something that I've learned from SecKC. So I appreciate these types of conversations, right? I feel like we're able to like level set our different experiences. I'm not a developer. I don't know shit about development, but I do understand like security principles and why this would or wouldn't be a good thing. Yeah, I just feel like if you can help bring people to the table and not push them away from it, that's the first step.
It can be
Well said.
very difficult, and that is something that everyone needs to work on, right? So just like the attackers appeal to human emotions for a lot of social engineering attacks, right? We should all be doing the same thing and talking to, you know, if you're a security professional at your organization and you work with the developers on that, yeah, you need to be. And if you're a developer working with, you know, your security team, right? Maybe they're trying to, you know, like maybe some finding is coming up on their SaaS tool and they don't have much experience with the language that you develop in, and you know, you're like, oh, well, that's obviously like a false fucking positive, you know, like you should know that, you know, on both sides, right? It's important for us to, you know, like I said, don't assume that everyone, you know, knows what you know, and it can be a challenge sometimes, right? Especially when, you know, I work at a university. So sometimes I'll be working with, you know, people that have been in IT for like 15 years, and I'll, you know, have to explain what I guess feels like an elementary concept to me, right? But, you know, think about how much shit is in IT, right? And
Yeah.
you could sit there and be mad at the fact that someone doesn't know, you know, this thing that you feel like everyone should know, or you could just take 3 fucking seconds to, you know, explain it. And yeah, now again, I'm guilty of being an ass sometimes too, like especially if I've documented this information somewhere and someone's just not fucking reading something I've already published, I will give a smarmy like, here is this link that you can read. But yeah, it's something. It's an excellent point that you bring up.
Prepared memo about commonly used passwords.
Yeah, right.
But I
That's
think this
fine.
actually somewhat goes back to Jigglebilly's point earlier about code reviews. It's a little bit intimidating to come to somebody and say, hey, you're trying to check this code in, and this looks wrong to me, because they're liable to come back and go, no, you dumbass, here's why it's correct. And then you're like, oh, yeah, okay.
I will say my experience in the last code reviews are still a relatively new thing in the development world. I've been a developer for 15 years. I'd say I've had strict code reviews for 7.
Can you let that sink in, everyone? Just let those words soak in for a minute. I am not dogging the development sphere, but just let that sink in for a minute. And I'm curious, last person actually disagrees. Go ahead and finish that, Jiggle, but I am curious to hear this dissenting opinion as well, too.
I forgot where I was going with that.
I'm so sorry. Fuck.
It's okay. But basically yeah. If I think of it, I'll let you know.
God damn it. I'm an asshole.
You were saying that reviews are fairly new. You've been in the industry for 15 years and you've done reviews for like half of them.
Yeah, I don't remember where I was going with that. I had a good point though. It was
I believe that. You usually do. I don't always agree with your points.
We'll consider that another appeal for people to join the Discord. I can see last person trying to state his case. Let's let him go.
So it's interesting, right? So I've been doing dev related-ish things for like 20 years, right? And when I began, it was in like embedded systems. It's like hardware RAID arrays and HBAs, right? And so it's like in a very waterfall environment, in very large scale, and code reviews were like absolutely de facto. Like when I was the new kid out of college, there's these 30 to 60-year-old guys, and every single time someone modified the code, and at the time we weren't even using like SVN, right? It was just like, hey, everyone kind of has a local copy. We do a code review. Then we got source control. We moved to SVN. And same thing, right? I don't even remember. We used the Green Hills compiler, and there's some tool built into Green Hills to do, side-by-side code reviews. And it was this very rigorous activity, and everyone was involved. Dev, test, the equivalent of the product managers would come. Like, they were bored to tears, but they would be there, right? And then now I work in let's say the connected vehicle space, essentially. And things are very, and, we're like agile and safe and everything's very modern and blah, 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 blah. But no one's definition of done, like we regressed to this weird place of like, no one's definition of done included like, hey, was a code review, in a live code review happening. There seems to have been some switch, right? I've talked to a few different people that have kind of been in the game at least that same amount of time. And there's just a weird switch that happened where, and I'm not tying this to like agile development, right? Because I don't think they're tied. But as people began to do things faster, as things moved to solely like a web-based or a cloud-based economy, or just software for the sake of computing, not interacting with the physical world, it seems to be a thing that either didn't come up or people forgot. And then they've like relearned it and everyone's like, oh crap, like code review is really important. I think it is, but it also still doesn't scale, right? And this is one of these crappy things. You never bring a problem if you don't have a solution. The current paradigm, whether it's embedded systems, mobile, web, large scale cloud compute, whatever it is, right? The current paradigm of let's get everyone into Secure Code Warrior and train them how to write secure code, right? And metric the shit out of them and make the bonuses based on that. And then force everyone to do code reviews and then do a SaaS tool and then build some unit test and then integration test into our pipeline. All this stuff, like, it still doesn't work, right? They're almost all reactive solutions that don't scale well. I don't know what the solution is, but I think probably in the next 10 years, we'll just see a massive, massive paradigm shift. And like 10 years from now, we'll be on this call going like, holy shit, can you believe we thought like that was the way of the future?
It does seem like only yesterday where I literally told this story in class earlier today where I maybe or maybe didn't used to sit in IHOPs overnight smoking cigarettes, drinking coffee, just looking at Wireshark, seeing what other people were doing because HTTPS wasn't always a thing.
Yeah, that
is super interesting side though. I mean, maybe that part of that, because it sounds like your development experience was more based in the sysadmin world versus where Jigglebilly mentioned he's a JavaScript developer, so presumably primarily the web sphere.
It's possible I jumped in about the time that the code reviews were falling out of favor. That was about the time SVN was. I mean, when I started, SVN was like the new hotness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that could be part of it, and that is also when a huge boom in software development occurred. So that's.
I thought of where I was going with with my thought before. It was once I started doing code reviews, like my humility and my understanding of how bad of a developer I am really set in. Like it's just it turned from something like defending my code to being like, hey, I need help from all of you guys. Please look at my code and tell me where I screwed this up, because I've proven time and time again that I don't know what I'm doing. So I've come to like, it started out as something where it was like shameful, but it's come to like, you just leave your pride at the door and you go in every day and you learn. So I don't think like there's a lot of, I think that's where I think it was what Ben said, something along the lines of like people, maybe there are other shops that are like that. But I would say most of the developers I've been around after a couple code reviews kind of figure it out.
It's a good life lesson too, in general, right? Always
we call it getting beat up. Like, I mean, there are times where I've had code reviews where I've like left feeling like, I can't believe I've been in this industry as long as I have. It's like serious imposter syndrome.
Yep. That's what SecKC's for. You come meet up with your friends, you talk about that jackass that is imposter syndrome, you commiserate with
to what last person was saying, I probably spend half my day doing code reviews and the other half, just trying to actually do code. I mean, it's crazy. We have a team of like 4 developers and I spend as much time reviewing others' code as I do writing my own.
Are there
Feels
ways
weird
that,
from an efficiency standpoint, I'm sure.
It's frustrating. It can be, especially when you're under timelines and crunches and stuff. It can be really frustrating.
Are there ways that that process could be improved? Like, is it the large amount of code being committed every time that is the issue? So would more of a like higher cadence of commit help, or what would assist with that review process better?
Maybe smaller teams. That way you're not reviewing as much. Because basically, well, as you become more senior as a developer, you end up reviewing more developers' code because you're kind of like the last barrier. And these days there will be like you need 4 developers to review your code and accept it, but 2 of them have to be senior developers, that kind of deal. So there's a lot of pressure because other developers need to get their code out for you to go look at their stuff. And so if I'm under the gun and I've got 15 PRs that I've got to go review, maybe I just hit accept on 3 of these really long ones to save myself some time. I mean, like we're getting like, I think we've kind of beating this dead horse, but I think it's a process issue and it's mostly with the development stuff.
In my old shop, the people that did the code reviews were not developers by role. They had been developers in previous lives and they had that experience. So they were able to wear that hat effectively, but they didn't actually have like development, sprints or development awesome. Like sprints or things to like attack. So I feel like it allowed them to be more reactive to those timeline shifts. But I know that like at the end of the day, like projects get made and then deadlines get set irregardless of what the actual like development schedule is going to be or plan. So all that out the window, it doesn't really help. But yeah, I can totally see that. I really respect that you're able to take that feedback repeatedly, because I feel like that would be a kick in the stomach, every time. I've never been a developer, but that would be the hardest part for me.
You get over it pretty quick, or else you quit. One of the 2.
Yeah.
I think a lot of that too, though, is also what you were saying earlier about making safe spaces, right? Like I've been to code reviews, when the world wasn't as nice a place and people didn't really believe in being nice to each other, right? 20 years ago, code reviews were an attack against you as an individual, and then maybe some help to like how you can make a function more efficient, right? And I've seen a shift there as well, and that really does help if you can bring everyone to a review with the understanding of like, our goal is to deliver this value to a customer. All we're doing is here to make their life better and you a better developer, and it's cooperative. That's like a really beneficial thing. But you always get that one asshole, right? There's always one in a team that wants to make a code review a personal attack, and that's where like senior developers and management just have to like stop them from going of it, essentially, right? You don't let it happen.
Cut that bad apple off the tree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say I've been fortunate everywhere I've worked. And I think this is just in general, people are nicer than they were 20 years ago. But I think it is getting to that kind of safe space. Like, I don't feel like anyone's judging me as a developer necessarily. Like I'm mad at myself for not catching the stuff. I don't feel like they're mad at me for not catching it, if that makes sense.
Hell yeah. Well, I think that's about all I've got. I'm out of steam. I need to go to bed. Because
I'd like
I'm
to point out that we started a little bit early and still managed to make it to 9:30.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
But it was a lot of fun hanging out with my friends that I don't get to see very often right now.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Love you guys.
Looking forward to the days where we can meet in person once again. It will happen at some point, just when it's safe to do so. But we'll be back online for sure. Regardless, maybe it probably won't be in person if we're being completely honest, but it's anything can happen in 30 days, I guess. But yeah, we'll be here
numbers are on the
again
way back down. We'll see
next
how things
month.
go.
Spring
and
break is about to happen.
during the summer months, it is the spread is lower, so I mean it'll be safer at that point. So it might be one of those things where we can have some meetings over the summer in person with relative assurances of not spreading the plague, but we'll see what
Would you
happens.
guys do another picnic?
Oh
That's what
shit,
I was
yeah.
thinking about. Yeah, we may try to do another picnic come up, once we get a little warmer, and that's at least outside and not
Yeah.
right on top of each other.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, stay tuned for that info. And yeah, again, awesome having everyone. Great discussions tonight, everyone. Thank you for everyone that participated. And again, we're here for you. And if you ever got anything you want to talk about, you want to tell people about, you want to join in on this stuff, just start pitching in, getting your hands dirty, man. It's literally how all of us are, doing this. So. And if you're not sure how to help out, shit, hop into SecOps and we'll see if we can't give you an idea or something. So
Yep, there's always something that could be done.
Yep. Remember, if you got an idea, it's your job to implement it. So
that is also true.
All right, I'm gonna duck out because I
All right.
imagine we're probably gonna cut too. So y'all take care. Be safe, everyone. Peace.
See ya.
Take care.
Night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.